And here we are. Excuse me. And here we are. We meet again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here we are. We meet again. Here we are. The session commences again. So the session has commenced and your company required. That thing that happens now twice a day, the second installment of the day. If you are available, avail yourself of the session. You know what goes on here. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran war, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 holy. Another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your Madika, Yabika Kokwanam no. Hey, Anamekele Mazuche Mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy. It's another Savior. It's another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran war, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your Madika, Yabika Kokwanam no. Hey, Anamekele Mazuche Mefo.
And there it is right there. The dulcet tones of the farmyard singers from the eastern part of Nigeria. The farmyard singers from the eastern parts of Nigeria, holy, 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 as guys, I bring you this. Ongoing primaries of APC, PDP, other parties are a mess. Process has failed. Ex-President Goodluck Jonathan now are still cutting and pleading somewhat to join in the race, but then, of course, not aiding his cause. I will suggest with this headline, a plague on all their houses, essentially. Ongoing primaries of APC, PDP, other parties are a mess. Process has failed. Ex-President Goodluck Jonathan. So from that to this, APC presidential primary shaky, aspirants confused, as junketing Nigerian President Buhari jets off to Malabo on 3-day visit. So Buhari, as you know, the most traveled president in the history of Nigeria, twice has traveled. Not before he became president, or he was just some semi-literate person, unlearned, just wallowing in depression in some satellite space in Daura. No travel, no learning, no publications, nothing. He was just festering in depression and angst and bitterness. But now that he has found himself suddenly in this fortuitous position, he's trying to make up for a lifetime of just ignorance. The entire world this guy has traveled twice over, even with his failing health, never off an airplane. He's away again. Oh, he just came back about a day ago and is off again. But then, why is he out of the country at this pivotal moment, both in the life of his party and the future of his country, or supposedly his country? Because of course we know he's from the Niger Republic. But why is he missing in this pivotal moment in the life of his party and the history of Nigeria and the future of Nigeria? In these next 3-4 days, big decisions are going to be made. So now, have those decisions been made, and he wants to escape away so that he doesn't get the backlash or he doesn't get put upon in any way? Because it's quite confusing. I don't know what importance anything that is going on in wherever he has gone to is that is more important than what is going on in Nigeria now. So somewhat of an escape. But how does this permutate to the politics that is oncoming? APC presidential primary shaky, aspirants confused, as junketing Nigerian President Buhari jets off to Malabo on a 3-day visit. So quite what is so urgent that's made him abandon party and country to run off to wherever. We'll find out shortly. So this, of course, comes as no surprise, but still now a categorical confirmation. A lot of anticipation for this, so this comes as no surprise to anybody that is somewhat even a toe in the Nigerian political space. So we knew this was coming, but in which direction is it coming from? 2023, I have offers to be vice president, Governor Zulum. So the governor of Borno State, of course, a lot of people anticipate that a lot of the candidates will look to him to be their vice president. But there's only one catch. He is a Muslim, of course. So would a Muslim candidate look to Governor Zulum to be vice president is the thing. So if somebody is looking to him to be vice president, then the permutation will be more like Yemi Oshibanjo, Rotimi Amechi, etc., all the Christian runners within the APC space. But he's hinting now that the offers has been made. But will he name names? Well, you have to wait to find out. 2023, I have offers to be vice president, Governor Zulum. So who's offering Governor Zulum to be vice president? We'll find out shortly. This to be found out shortly as well. Unknown gunmen behind Southeast violence are IGBO. This is Governor Soludo speaking. So Governor Dave Umahi told us this just 2 days ago. And a lot of people, rather than accept what seems patently the case to every sane mind outside of that space, so rather than accept that, the usual stance of the Eastern space, they recoil from the truth, they try to start to throw invectives, and all the aggression starts to roll out. It's a sabo, it's an idiot. What has he done in his state? He called the army to go and shoot them in a Bolobio or something or the other. He's telling you that they've arrested people, or the security reports are telling you that these are people local to the space, and you continue to just really frustrating narrative of gunmen from the Sahels are doubling. Maybe they are wearing silicone masks or they are clones. Maybe they clone. It's just so fantastically fanciful, some of the things you hear from that space, even against evidence. So you disparage Governor Umahi, but are you going to disparage Soludo, who is your champion as well? They will quickly turn against him because he's speaking in a manner that they don't want to hear. He's telling them the truth. Unknown gunmen behind Southeast violence are Igbos, Governor Soludo. So quite how the East responds to that, we already know the response, of course. They will come, did he say exactly, as he say he arrested, why has he not prosecuted them? But it's, you know the usual things that they do. It's just a nonsense. But is this a nonsense as well? After presidential aspirant screening, APC will decide on zoning. So it is the chairman of the party that is making this notice to the public. So there's a loose understanding that the power has been ceded to the South within the APC, but that is not an official position that has been categorically stated by the people that would make that decision. So we've heard elements like El Rufai, etc., tell us this, but then of course we've not really heard from the voices that would matter, which would be the chairman of the president, the chairman of the party rather, or the president. So those are the voices really that will tell you that the power is being ceded to the South or not. But in his first commentaries on that space, ADAMU told us that they've not zoned to any space. And in his second commentary to that space now, he's still doubling down on the power not being zoned to any space. So he's telling you that decisions have not been made. After presidential aspirants screening, APC will decide on zoning. So ADAMU, I'm be curious to see who's screened in that space as well. If Goodluck Jonathan going to be screened, and then we know factually, categorically, that there's nowhere for him to run anymore. So, but, although we already know, but quite who he thinks is fooling remains a mystery only to himself. Presidential aspirants sharing money to delegates unfit to be president, APC. So that then would suggest then that anybody that is sharing monies to delegates will be barred from the process. If they are unfit to be president and you don't want to present an unfit candidate, then you exempt them from the process. So that will be the reading of this. Presidential aspirants sharing money to delegates unfit to be president, a stance adopted by the APC. So that's the menu. Lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual accoutrements. Click on the like button. We are really pushing aggressively. You see the notice in the comment section. We're really pushing super aggressively to be hitting a minimum of 100 likes with every stream. And if you've been watching the numbers from the platform, you will see the effect of that. So we're not just calling for it in vain. It's not an act of vanity. It's something that actually helps the platform to propel. And if you come here with any regularity, then really it behoves that you should just click on that like button. And if you do come here with any regularity and you are not even subscribed, then what is wrong with you? So correct both. Click on the like button and click on the subscribe button. Get us quickly to 100 so you don't have to make me labor hard for it this time around. So as you said about the click-ins, let me provide you with a little bit of a liquid nourishment. Your calabash to the ready as we join the Car Guides.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido, hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wike kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòdò jàre o.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mu dòde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o.
Gbé bọ́dì ẹ̀ gbé ẹlẹ́mu dòde.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
Ìgbàlà tí
Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. The prayers yet have not been invited, more potent than that. Eleko onumuini o, akuko onumeiko, iku koniriwa gbesheme, death have nothing to do with us. No prayer more potent than that. That's the first prayer, and everything follows on from there. Iku koniriwa gbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Pardon me, let me shut this window just so. Iku koniriwa gbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Ongoing primaries of APC, PDP, other parties are a mess. Process has failed. Ex-President Jonathan. Former President Goodluck Jonathan has condemned the ongoing primaries of the All Progressive Congress, the People's Democratic Party, and other parties for the 2023 general elections. There have been reports of how aspirants were inducing party delegates to vote for them amidst other infractions. One of them was the son of former Vice President Namadi Sambo, who served with Jonathan. Adam Namadi had demanded a refund from delegates who collected his money but failed to vote for him. Speaking on Thursday in Abuja at a book launch titled Political Party Governance, authored by Dr. Mohammed Wakil, a former Minister of State under the Power Ministry, Jonathan said it was disgraceful to induce delegates to get their votes and then request for refunds after failing to secure tickets. According to correspondents, Jonathan was quoted as saying, "These whole primaries going on across the country is a mess. This is not a standard practice. The process has failed. We cannot use the process to elect presidents, governors, senators, and House of Representative members and others. The process is already failed, which is not good for the country. But we will manage and move on. We pray that good people should come. I hope that what happened this year, 2022, will not happen again in this country." The former president, therefore, urged the National Assembly to make laws to criminalize inducement of delegates and electorates. He also asked the legislature to expunge from the Electoral Act the sections that state how political parties should select candidates for elections. Jonathan said, "The National Assembly cannot make laws and lock all political parties together. Parties have different ways of nominating candidates, and the process is enshrined in their constitution. Creating a situation where all parties must have the same way of selecting candidates is a nonsense. Parties are not parastatals of government. The National Assembly cannot make laws to strangulate political parties. Section 84 should be expunged from the Electoral Act." So that offending Section 84 again, a plague on all their houses though, not fit for purpose. But this has always been the case. The process that produced Yar'Adua are not fit for purpose. The process that produced Buhari not fit for purpose. Goodluck Jonathan, he just coasted through off the back of somebody else, and Obasanjo was selected rather than anything else to be president. So there it is right there, a sham, the totality of all of it. A sham, the totality of all of it. On to the next. APC presidential primary shaky. Aspirants confused as junketing Nigerian President Buhari jets off to Malabo on 3-day visit. President Muhammad Buhari will depart Abuja on Thursday to participate in the African Union Extraordinary Session of Assembly of Head of States and Government in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea. Buhari has been criticized in the past for his frequent travels, whilst critical issues in the country like security and poverty are left unattended. Garba Shehu, the President's Senior Special Assistant on Media and Publicity, in a statement, said the three-day summit, which will hold between the 26th and the 28th of May, will focus on humanitarian challenges in Africa with related issues on migration, refugees, returnees, and internally displaced persons. The statement reads, President Muhammad Buhari will depart Abuja on Thursday, May the 26th, 2022, to participate in African Union Extraordinary Session of Assembly of Head of States and Governments in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, with special focus on security. The three-day summit, which will hold on May the 26th to the 28th, will also focus on humanitarian challenges in Africa with related issues on migration, refugees, returnees, and internally displaced persons. At the summit, the African leaders will look at terrorism and unconstitutional change of government with attendant spiraling effects on human rights and economies. President Buhari will join other heads of state and government to deliberate on humanitarian challenges, hopes and challenges in Africa, and participate in adoption of Assembly Declaration on Humanitarian Summit and Pledging Conference. On security and governance, the Assembly of Head of States and Governments of the African Union will take a united position on terrorism and unconstitutional change of government and reach agreement on new approaches to stem the tide. President Buhari will also hold sideline meetings with some leaders during the meeting in Malabo. Mrs. Aisha Buhari, who is the president of African First Ladies Peace Mission, is accompanying her husband to the African Union meeting. The president will also be accompanied by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Godfrey Oyema, Minister of Defense, Major General Bashir Magashi, Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster, Sadia Farouk, National Security Advisor, Mongano, Director General Intelligence, Rufai Abubakar. I'm trying to see just how many southern names are in that list. And Chairman Nigerians in Diaspora, Abike Dabira or Dabiri. So there it is right there, Abike Dabiri, the only southern representative. So a Fulani conference essentially, and they're going to permutate, of course, the destruction of the South. That is really, he's only going there to meet somebody that he cannot bring to Nigeria to meet. This is really what he's doing. And that all in calibration for their master plan for 2023 or the immediate space of their primaries. His latest trip comes 3 days before the All Progressive Congress APC presidential primary election. The APC had scheduled Sunday the 29th and Monday the 30th of May 2022 for the primaries. The party has, however, been silent on the screening date for the presidential aspirants. According to the timetable of the party, the screening ought to have taken place on May the 14th and the 15th. However, the party only screened governorship, senatorial, and House of Representatives aspirants and announced May the 23rd as the date for screening of presidential aspirants. However, the event failed to hold as announced. The National Working Committee NWC of the party is expected to conclude primary activities before June the 3rd as prescribed by the Independent National Electoral Commission. The Malabo trip, correspondents gathered, has led to more confusion amongst aspirants. According to them, the president's departure will cause more chaos and dysfunction. Aspirants are saying Buhari's departure which had been planned will cause more dysfunctionality, considering that till now, no known screening is going on. They are confused. They don't even know when they will be screened, nor the mode of primary. The national chairman of the APC, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, held a meeting with President Buhari yesterday, but we don't know the outcome yet. We are not even sure. Maybe the primary will hold as scheduled. No screening, 3 days to the exercise, a source said. So a consensus candidate, of course, you know that they've made them sign a proviso that they can just automatically say that they've stepped down because they've signed that amongst their nomination form, that the party can decide to step them down from that process and they cannot take to law. So they'll just step them down, present Goodluck Jonathan, and tell you to go and whistle. So go and whistle. So there it is right there. 3 days to the party's primaries. The party's primaries, they've not screened candidates. How is that a possibility? So that's to tell you that no primaries are holding. But INEC is not moving their date, which is the 3rd of June. And APC is not holding primaries, which is meant to hold. Today is the 26th. The primaries are meant to hold on the 29th. And the guy leaves the country for 3 days. So there it is right there. That tells you all you need to know. 2023, I have offers to be vice president, Governor Zulum. Governor Babagana Zulum of Borno has announced that some associates of key presidential aspirants of the All Progressive Congress APC have offered him the vice presidential slot. Zulum made this known on Thursday whilst addressing delegates at the state governorship primaries, where he emerged unopposed as APC governorship candidate for 2023. The governor, however, said he preferred to remain governor of Borno to focus on his programs for the state than go for the position of vice president. As you all know, the APC will be holding presidential primaries coming weekend. I have seen all kinds of promotional media content, including articles by notable columnists associating me with the 2023 presidency. Let me reveal with apologies that some close associates of key presidential Let me reveal with apologies that some close associates of key presidential aspirants have sent me offers for the position of running mate as possible vice president, depending on the outcome of APC presidential primaries by the weekend. I have thought deeply about these offers because becoming vice president is considered attractive. I have thought about all the powers and privileges of being vice president. I can see the honor of presiding over meetings attended by governors and ministers, and the privilege of having a presidential jet at one's disposal. I can see the honor of presidential receptions within and outside Nigeria. However, I have asked myself that should I get the opportunity to become vice president and raise my political profile, what happens to all our ongoing projects for the people of Borno? We have built more than 10,000 houses and currently more of such and reconstructing existing ones. For ongoing resettlement of our people, we have resettled more than 20 communities so far, yet thousands of our fellow citizens are still homeless and in desperate need of food, water, and healthcare. We have adopted a development plan that we are already implementing. I have asked myself, what happens to all these plans that I am central to, which are helping to fast-track our recovery in Borno? Ladies and gentlemen, the killing in Kalabage at the weekend made me more critical, and the incident seriously reminded me of the challenges that are still ahead of us in Borno. I came to the conclusion that whilst a chance to become vice president could benefit my profile as an individual, becoming re-elected as governor of Borno State has the potential of more overall and more assurance of benefit to the good people of Borno State. I therefore say that whilst I thank those who may be considering me for the position of vice president, I prefer to stay back and work drastically for the people of Borno State because for me, as I said, because for me, as a citizen of Borno State, so I don't know quite what that means. Let me reread it. I therefore say that whilst I thank those who may be considering me for the position of vice president, I prefer to stay back and work drastically for the people of Borno State because for me, as a citizen of Borno State, so whatever that means is what it means, working with others to hastily rebuild Borno is the more okay, so that's an incomplete sentence. Working with others to hastily rebuild Borno State is the most urgent need and it is beyond any aspiration, Zulum said. So that's somewhat a categorical shutdown, but it's never categorical really within the Nigerian space. So now to this now contentious, somewhat needly space, this space always needles, only because the truth is so obvious, but the denial so fervent. Unknown gunmen behind Southeast violence are IGBOs. So that is it right there. Unknown gunmen behind Southeast violence are IGBOs. Governor Soludo speaks. Governor Charles Soludo has said the unknown gunmen behind the killings in communities in the southeast region of the country are IGBO. Soludo said this whilst declaring curfew in 7 local government areas of Anambra State. He added that Anambra is the prime target because it is the most lucrative location for kidnapping for ransom in the southeast, and the government's immense propaganda machine are funded largely by their sponsors from abroad. The governor added that they have tried everything to indoctrinate the people with all kinds of false emotive narratives and divert attention from their real objectives. He also wondered why those who claim to be fighting for the people randomly kill the same people, destroy their livelihood, and stop their children from going to school. Soludo said, "Let us be very clear. These criminals causing mayhem in Anambra, albeit of desperate groups and gangs, are IGBOs, are dominantly from the southeast states, whose real objectives is lucrative criminality and foisting their idolatrous religion on the region. Unfortunately, every criminal gang, including cult groups, claims to be a liberation movement, making it difficult to differentiate between any genuine agitator from criminals." So there's no distinction then. We've often said that they are all enmeshed together. The IPOB narrative, the ESN narrative, the unknown gunmen narrative, and outright criminality. How many times have we said this? But then you can lampoon me for being an Oyo man, talking gibberish, but how do you lampoon then the eminent Professor Soludo? Unfortunately, every criminal gang, including cult groups, claims to be a liberation movement, making it difficult to differentiate any genuine agitator from criminals. Unfortunately also, the criminals now dominate the space. What has agitation got to do with kidnappings, including kidnappings of priests of God, invasion of churches and tabernacles, including desecration of the altar of God? Why is it that everywhere they gather and in every camp they operate, there is a deity/idol to which they routinely offer blood in sacrifice? From accounts of those kidnapped and later freed, the stench of dead bodies in the camps cries to high heavens. We see videos of them and their idol worship. We note their threats to priests and bishops, including threatening to take over some churches. The people of the southeast, especially Anambra, are predominantly Christians. But with this gang, idolatry is back with a vengeance. They forcefully try to convert people, especially the young ones, to idolatry by initiating them into cults, swearing oaths to their deities with promises of invincibility. Consequently, these youths joined them as members and informants. Desecration of our culture, spilling of blood of the innocent, is considered an abomination to our culture and by our Christian religion. We understand that they kill and harvest human organs for rituals and human sacrifice in their so-called camps. With their new religion of idolatry and deadly weapons which they use to kill at random, they have tried to create a culture of fear and silence. More recently, the people have begun to question their propaganda, motive, and means, and they know that they have lost the sympathy of the people. That explains why that explains why they desperately tried to ignite a national inter-ethnic crisis by killing some innocent northerners who have lived peacefully in our state for decades to divert attention from their criminality and then seek to rebrand themselves as defender of the people. So there it is right there. I couldn't have said it better myself. But please, wear a helmet, Mr. Soludo, because the bricks are coming in your direction. They will start to let me get some water. They will start to throw stones at him. We've seen that severally before. They will start to throw stones at him. On to the next. After presidential aspirant screening, APC will decide on zoning. APC National Chairman ABDULLAHI ADAMU has said the party will decide on zoning after screening its 2023 presidential aspirants. We have not produced our candidate for the presidency yet. We have to screen the aspirants to know the way forward. We have aspirants from across the country in the presidential race. We will take the decision when we get there, Adamu said. Mr. Adamu said this in an interview with selected Hausa service media organizations late Wednesday night. He added that the party would screen the presidential aspirants according to the 2023 general election guidelines. The party's electoral guidelines provide three methods of choosing its candidates for an election: direct, indirect, and consensus. On the number of presidential aspirants, Mr. Adamu said members of the party could not be denied the right to run for president. You cannot stop our party's stalwarts from contesting elections or aspiring for the presidency. It is their right, and we're happy for them. There is nothing wrong with anybody aspiring for the exalted office of president. It is God that decides who gets what, explained Mr. Adamu. We have 28 aspirants for the presidential ticket, and everybody knows that all of them cannot get the ticket. If it is God's wish, they all can even be president of the country one after another. He added, our goal is to ensure justice in choosing who emerges as the candidate of the party. That does not mean we are perfect, but we're praying to do the right thing. So as clear as mud, anytime you get any snippet of information from these people, you end up more confused than you were previously. APC National Chair ABDULLAHI ADAMU has said the party will decide on zoning after screening its 2023 presidential aspirants. So if that's any clearer to you, then please let me know. So now this is now the last readout, and then we see who is available to take it on. Presidential aspirants sharing money. Presidential aspirants sharing money to delegates unfit to be president, APC. All Progressive Congress National Chairman ABDULLAHI ADAMU has slammed any APC presidential aspirant sharing money to woo delegates as unfit to be the party's presidential candidate. Mr. Adamu said this In an interview with selected Hausa service media organizations late Wednesday night, whilst reacting to allegations that the party's presidential hopefuls were sharing money to delegates, I don't have any evidence that aspirants are sharing money with delegates. For me, it is the delegates that are selling their conscience, which is not proper, noted Mr. Adamu. Our delegates should know that anybody sharing money with them can't be the right candidate for the party. He doesn't mean well for the country. I don't have a solution to the problem. This week, Donyo Okokwe, a former aide to ex-president Goodluck Jonathan, revealed that the People's Democratic Party's presidential primary election would be characterized by financial inducement, suggesting that the party's ticket will go to the biggest spender in dollar currency. With 145 governorship aspirants and 25 presidential aspirants, Mr. Adamu explained that politicians were rushing to the APC because it was the party in power. It is because that is where those that matter in the country are. It didn't start today. We are the government in power. Today, in spite of all the insults, the APC has an advantage far ahead of other political parties, he pointed out. Today, the APC is the biggest party in Nigeria. It's natural that it will attract more Nigerians than any other party. This is where it is happening. He also mentioned that right-thinking politicians prefer to join the APC. Any right-thinking politician would naturally gravitate towards the APC. Of course, we have our problems, but today we have the cynosure of all Nigerians, and I am hopeful, God willing, we will retain power in the general elections, he said. So, of course, God willing, well, not really God willing, but what's his name? It's all down to Mahmoud Yakubu. If you give him another $2 billion like you did last time, then he will write the results for you as he did the last time. It's that straightforward, so there's no God willing to it. It's just entirely down to Mahmoud Yakubu. Pay him just like you did the last time, and you get exactly what you got the last time. So good to see you, gentlemen. Baba Kure, I see you. Tony, I see you. Ete of Africa, I see you. And Thomas from Australia, I see you. Good to have you all, gentlemen. Let me go then to you first, Baba Kure, and have you take on then this space. Goodluck Jonathan critical somewhat of the processes for the primaries. It's just a wash with money, which is to tell you that whatever comes out of it is not going to be any good for the country. So Baba Kure, Goodluck Jonathan describes the whole process as a mess. What says you? Unmute.
Can you repeat that, please?
No. I was just saying that we start from the first readout. Goodluck Jonathan somewhat critical of the whole process of these primaries. The whole of the primaries is awash with money, dollars, nairas, name your currency, euros, etc. So what will come out of this is not anything that will be for the benefit of the people. So certainly it's just anything that comes out of this process that we're witnessing now is going to be to the disadvantage of the Nigerian state and people. So Goodluck Jonathan alarms. Do you share his alarm?
Okay. Thank you very much for having me tonight. It has been a very few days anyway. Anyway, coming to issue of Jonathan, he knew that before because even we all know that they'd always make one proverb in Yoruba. They said, so there is no good child in piglet. Let me put it that way, because no matter what, if you watch them clean, they will still go back to death. So now, if you look at the way APC started, you will see that it is something that is not going to favor Nigerian citizens. Even though, let's just put the issue of Buhari and his administration, let's just put them aside. You can see how much money they raise, even just to send form, the ordinary form. They couldn't find money to do, maybe to pay ASU. They have no money to pay doctor. They don't even have enough money to pay their staffs. But they were able to pay 100 million for just form. Okay.
Baba, somebody was just informing us the other day that the monthly salary of the Nigerian president is 1.5 million naira. So you are paying 100 million naira to get a job that pays you what? What's that? About 15 million naira a month, a year.
Okay, that is justice. So it is already showing that there's a lot of corruption going on there.
Yes.
So he that is making noise right now, he should have known that before. I don't know if truly he has already finalized his movement to APC or not, but he should have known that before. Though if you do not really go into if you do not really be in this in a campus, you will not really know in details of their activities. So, but even we that we are outside, that we are not really mingled with all this crap, all these thieves, we still understand that okay, there is nothing good coming out from APC. So for him to alarming us, it's not something that is new to us. We know that there is no benefit, there is nothing we are going to gain from APC. Even though in the last 7 years we didn't gain anything tangible. So we don't expect anything again from them that they are going to do something. So he that is making noise, we already are aware of that. So he should give us new story. So it is something that is not new to us.
It's quite alarming, but he's looking to be a beneficiary of this process that he has condemned.
Of course, like you said, because I listened to your readings, I hear that
do you want me to give you a moment?
Yeah, give me a moment.
All right. Thank you, Baba Akure. So Baba Akure attending to matters. So let's go then from Baba Akure. Let's go to. I was going to go to Tony, but if I come to you, Tony, please, I want you to speak to the talking point and not just this mantra that you chant all the time. So, Tony, I'll come to you if you're ready. Tony, are you there? We don't even have Tony.
I'm there now, now.
But please speak to the topics, though. So to the topic, Goodluck Jonathan alarming that the headline, ongoing primaries of APC, PDP, other parties are a mess. The process has failed. Goodluck Jonathan then telling us that the whole of the space is to awash with money and no good will come out of this process when people are spending 75 million like the son of Namadi Sambo just for a governorship ticket, a job that pays no more than $1 million a month. So that tells you that no good is coming out of this process. So we are all aligned with that thought, but then he's also seeking to be a beneficiary of that process. Tony.
Yes, that is where this guy's problem concern. But what is, why is he not telling us, whether he's, or the speculation that we have been hearing that he's coming to participate. So I don't want to listen to him, sir. I don't want to talk about Goodluck because it's stomach ache. It aches my stomach when I just hear about that name. So I call him Mr. Badluck Jonathan.
All right. Okay, on to the next one then. APC presidential primary shaky, aspirants confused as junketing President Buhari jets off to Malabo for 3-day visit. So Buhari has left the country again. He's never off the aeroplane, but he always leaves the country at seminal, pivotal moments and moments where leadership is needed the most. So his whole party is confused and all over the place. Nobody knows what direction anything is going. The party primaries are meant to take place in about 3 days' time, and he leaves the country then for some obscure seminar in Equatorial Guinea. So what are you then making of this move that Buhari has made, leaving the country just when the primaries of his party, the most crucial moment for his party, Tony?
Yes, sir. So make a talk and small for say, with due respect anyway, my stand already about this guy. Probably this version, this version is, parents are from
All right.
Equatorial Guinea because we have some of their people there too. So this version of, of Buhari, Buhari is alive. Oh, I don't say he died, oh, but this version, probably I don't know, because a serious president will not even live, so long that there is a lot of katakata in their party right now or in the country. You don't have to be, jetting out like that, So maybe this version has some relatives there. So he just sees the opportunity to go and see his, his people there.
All right. Thank you, Tony. So, Tony, let me go on to Ete. So, hopefully, Ete is ready. Ete, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay, brilliant. So, to that space, I was inviting Tony to speak on. Buhari has jetted out of the country for some obscure seminar in Equatorial Guinea. In this moment where decisions are being made as to who gets his party ticket, and with a good chance of that person then being the person that leads the country. So, what are you making of this trip that is embarked upon? What are you reading into that, Ete?
Anybody that is expecting any responsibility or any leadership robe from Buhari is actually laughable. The man has been governing us from the hospital. So you don't expect him to be around in the primaries because he knows that he has lied to a lot of people. He has lied to a lot of people. That is why we are seeing so many candidates because obviously most of them, when they go to see Buhari, after they see Buhari, they declare. We don't know what he's telling them. He has refused to release the name of his candidate. He said he wants to keep the name of his candidate secretive because he doesn't want people to finish them off. So I'm not surprised for Buhari going for a cock and bull something that he can send a Simbanjo easily. He could send
or even send Godfrey Onyema. It's nothing beyond Godfrey Onyema.
You understand? So it's not like it's serious that Buhari must be there. It's just an excuse for him to run away because Buhari knows that he has deceived a lot of people. And a lot of politicians that are hoping that he's going to come out during this primary and say, "Oh, this is my candidate." They are in for a huge shocker, he's not going to declare anything. You see, Buhari's dream has been fulfilled. He doesn't care if APC uploads. He doesn't care if APC ends tomorrow because his dreams have been fulfilled, which is to be the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
What are you making? Well, sorry, Ete, what are you making of Mickey Okata's suggestion that Buhari has perfected his plans, which is to say that he has already put plans in place for the decisions that he wants to take place. So he's just left it then with Abdullahi Adamu to unfurl that plan to the flapping penguins in his party. So he doesn't really need to be around when he has already, with his man, Abdullahi Adamu, they've made decisions on how to run the process to land on whoever they've decided to land on. And of course, they're just going to forcefully step people down. So he's just waiting for that to play out. And he doesn't necessarily have to be around because he's already perfected his plan. What are you making of that, Ete?
Yeah, obviously, Adamu is his man, He stood by Adamu. He is his candidate for the chairmanship position. So definitely any step Adamu is taking has been approved by Buhari. That one is sure. Now Buhari is him leaving the country at this time is actually sending a signal to people, telling them that look, anything Adamu say, now you must follow. No need to call me to be asking me nonsense. You understand? So he's sending a signal to them that look, Adamu will handle the process, and anything Adamu concludes is fine with me. And definitely he would have passed instruction to Adamu for Adamu to follow.
What are you making of the fact that with 3 days to the primaries, the presidential primaries, the candidates have not been screened? So now they have 28 candidates. So it's not something that they can swiftly do within 2-3 hours, because this has to be an involved and a detailed process. They were meant to do it on the 23rd. That date came and went. They did not do it. They've still not done it by the 26th, which is today. And there's no indication that they're going to do it tomorrow. So what are you making of the fact that they are not screening candidates? So does that lend itself then to a narrative that they've already decided who the candidate will be, and they will foist a consensus on the space?
Yeah, definitely. Was Adamu screened? He didn't even show up for the screening. So we already have an idea how the APC works. So the APC is nothing concerned them with the rule of law. The rule is Buhari. The law is Buhari. Anything he says is what matters in APC. So I'm not even shocked, even if Friday night is not screened. I'm not shocked, because that is how APC is. That is how the party has been run over time. So I won't be surprised if time for their what they call it nomination, they come out and tell you that all the candidates has agreed on the consensus, which is so and so persons. So, and we all know, if APC is going to agree on the consensus, Tinubu will definitely cry. We all know that is a fact, because if APC was going to agree on the consensus, by now it would have been very clear that Tinubu will be the man.
If they were going to give it to Tinubu, then it's just an easy decision. They would have just made that decision and everybody would know already. And
yes,
it will already be planning his campaign.
Definitely. And there will not be all this drama involving their primaries. So for them to be drama, it shows that Tinubu is not getting that ticket. And I won't be surprised if a few hours before the what they call it, the primaries, Tinubu does what Peter Obi did, because it will be wise on his part to do the same thing that Peter Obi did, to go to a party and force a third choice, which the way things are going with APC and PDP, third choice go plenty.
All right. Since you mentioned Peter Obi, Ete, I want you to mute yourself for a moment. There's a story that's just come up that I want to present to you to have you respond to. So let me present you this story. It's just now, like I said, I have something that refreshes that refreshes the headlines every 5 minutes. So as the headlines are coming, we're on top of it. And this is a headline that's just come up. 2023 presidency, why Peter Obi dumped PDP? Who is speaking? Yemson Wike. Rivers State Governor Yemson Wike has revealed why Peter Obi, former Anambra State Governor and People's Democratic Party PDP presidential aspirant, dumped the party. Recall that Peter Obi had on Wednesday said that recent events within the party made it practically impossible for him to continue participating and making constructive contributions. But Wike told Channels Television that Peter Obi lacks integrity and he left PDP because he knew he would not win the presidential ticket. Peter Obi leaving the party is not surprising to me. He knows that there is no way he would win the presidential primaries. Forget about what Doyin Okupe said about sharing money. How can someone who has gone to almost all the states, telling them about how he is a trader and how he wore one shoe and does not allow people to carry his bag, leave a party 3 days to the primaries? From what I read on social media, he wants to join NMPP, but Kwakwanso wants to be president. So, does he want to be Kwakwanso's vice president? This is what I am saying. In everything you do, integrity and character is very important. You can be the best economist, but you don't have character. So a lot of people form that thought that is an act of cowardice what Peter Obi did to cut and run. So we've not seen you since Peter Obi made that decision. So what is your take on that space, Ete?
It's very funny hearing Wike talk nonsense.
No.
It's obvious. It's obvious, so obvious that PDP plays money politics, and Peter Obi is not for money politics.
Did Peter Obi
Yes.
just hold on? Did Peter Obi just come to that realization?
It did not just come to the realization. You know, if Peter Obi didn't come through PDP, people would have said, why didn't he try PDP? He used PDP as a stepping stone. PDP was used as a stepping stone because that's why he used PDP to tour the country. He used the platform under PDP to tour the country. So he used the platform to spread his popularity, and using PDP platform, which had grassroots, was sufficient enough for him to spread his name.
Is that not a fraud? Is that not a
Oh, hold on, Thomas. We can't hear you. And please let Ete have the space to carry on a bit. Yeah. So it's sorry, Ete, carry on.
Yeah, he used that as a platform to spread his name around the country, which he has done and which he has succeeded in doing. Because polls are coming out right now that Peter Obi has 79% of the southern vote and probably 22% of the northern vote. His name is known, unlike before. So he has that popularity working for him right now. He's the only candidate that had a 1 million man match that did not pay any dime. Like he didn't pay anything. Innocent Nigerians contributed their own money and campaigned for Peter Obi. So there's no doubt.
What about what Thomas just put to you? That what you've just described, is that not a fraud?
How is that fraud? That is not fraud. That is called politicking. That is called politicking.
So he knowingly used the platform of the PDP to tour the country, knowing full well that he did not want to run for the presidency under that platform. Is that a fraud?
Yes, it's not a fraud.
It's
because
not a fraud.
Of he knew from the beginning that you can't play money politics and enter power and do what Nigeria wants you to do. He knows that. So he used the platform to build his name and defected to another platform that will enable him play politics the normal way it needs to be played.
Does that sound somewhat ludicrous?
It's not. It's what we call classic intelligence.
All right.
You understand? It shows that Peter Obi knows the game, because obviously if Peter Obi came like, maybe for example, somebody like Mugalu, if he came like somebody like Mugalu, say he wants to be president, people like you and Thomas will be shouting that Anthony will be shouting, why didn't he try the PDP or APC, which are the known political party? Right now, it's been clear that Nigeria plays political personality politics. They don't care about party. Nigerians don't care about APC, PDP, SDP, whatsoever. They don't care about it. What they care about is the individual. Now you see his followers saying that they are going where Peter Obi is going. And you're hearing of permutations saying that he's going to go to NNPP. I won't be surprised. I said that.
To what Governor Wike said, that NNPP, they already have a presidential aspirant, and even Black League in the earlier session, they was telling us that if there is anybody more desperate in politics than Peter Obi, it's Kwakwanso. So Kwakwanso is not going to step down his ambition for Peter Obi. So is he going to NNPP to collect the vice presidential slot?
He's definitely not going to be a vice president to anybody. He will tell
Kwakwanso to step down for him.
If Kwakwanso doesn't want to step down, there's Labour Party.
All right.
So
he'll be hawking himself from party to party.
No, he's not hawking himself to party. He has made it clear to Nigerians that Peter Obi will be on the ballot. And that is what the youth of Nigeria want. He's the only person that the youth support wholeheartedly. with no funds. We all know that if Tinubu or Osibanjo or Atiku or whatsoever wants to trend on social media, they have to pay people to trend. But Peter Obi don't need to pay anybody to trend. He will trend because of the people loves him. He's the only candidate in the whole primary of PDP
you are saying he trends on social media, but in the earlier session, Black League somewhat derisively called him just an Instagram babe. Is it just some Instagram babe, Peter Obi?
He's not an Instagram babe. He's trending on Facebook. He's trending everywhere. He's trending on radio station. He's trending on every platform you can talk about. You know, this is a narrative that people have been pushing and say, oh, Peter Obi is not known. First, they said he cannot win his ward. Later, they upgrade. They said, oh, he cannot win the South. He has gotten the South, obviously. Now, they are shifting the goalposts. Oh, he cannot win the North. He has gotten 22% in the North already.
He has got what? He has got
22%.
Of
22% in the North of voters.
Who told you? Where are you getting that statistic from?
The statistics is run by a US-based politics platform.
All right.
He has gotten 22%, not that much.
No, that's your word. So that's not that's it is saying that, or it's not the view of the platform. That sounds like made up stuff to me.
It's not made up. He has over 50% of the registered voters right now. Peter Obi has over 50% of the registered voters
in Nigeria.
Because when you look at Nigeria and politics, you find out that less than 30% comes out to vote.
Hold on.
Less than 30% comes out to vote.
Do you know where the bulk of the voting population is in Nigeria?
The bulk of the voting population is with the youth. It's known by everybody.
They're in the north.
No, the youth. The youth has the bulk.
You are making up. Don't make up. This is the problem that people have with that.
If you want to say the North, one man.
Don't make up figures now.
How many people has come out to vote since, let's say, 2011? How many people has come out to vote?
We know now. How many times have we run through the election results on this platform? So we know where the demography is. We know where the votes are.
29 people came out to vote the last time.
29
million. 29 million, sorry.
Right.
29 million people came out to vote. Out of
Peter Obi has 50% of the vote.
Plus. See, the reason why people don't come out to vote because they've not seen a candidate.
Oh, hold on. Charles Anek, can you tell Ete what you just said in the private chat? Tell him what you just said.
Hi. So yeah, based on the past election, post-election results, that's what you use to decide the statistics of voters' representation, and we can see that resides in the north. The north have the majority of the population. Is why everybody in Nigeria's history, you find out that is either you pick a northerner as a VP or you pick a northerner as a president to win elections, because they know that's where power resides. And voters reside.
Peter Obi, hold on. And Peter Obi has hold on, because it's what you said. It's a factual inexactitude, which is somewhat a polite way of saying a lie. It's a factual inexactitude that Peter Obi has 50% of the registered voters. That's not true.
That is true. You can check it.
You see, this is the thing, though.
It is true.
Yeah, we've just checked it now.
You can't say that the North decides who votes.
God.
If it's by the North decide who votes, Buhari would have won a long time ago. Buhari would have won a long time ago.
I'm not saying the North decides who votes, but by your assertion that Peter Obi has 50% of the registered voters, that means to say that 50% of the Northerners, even the majority, over 50% of the Northerners, they want Peter Obi. 50% of the Southwest, they want Peter Obi.
I said that 22% in the North and 79% in the South.
79% of the Southerners, they want Peter Obi.
Yes.
The
That
Yoruba
is the
land, they don't want
statistics.
the Yoruba land don't want Oshibando.
Yoruba land don't want to see, but it's clear.
They
Peter
want
Obi
Peter
is a
Obi.
clear choice.
All
It's
right.
a clear
Oh,
choice.
you see, so it's a land of
it's
we are a
choice.
land that we land of make believe. All right, let's go.
No, it's not make believe.
Is this election going to be conducted by Disney? Is this Disney World? Look at this guy.
Can you provide the polling for those numbers you just said? Can you provide us a link for those polling results and the source?
I will need time to provide the link, but I saw the link. The link was sorry, the post. I saw the post. It was done by the US based
IGBO group, the US based IGBO group,
not IGBO group.
Okay.
No.
The same group that predicted 2015
Okay.
Buhari was going to be the next president. The same group that predicted Buhari was going to be the next president.
But you do understand the reservation people have about that. So until you provide those links, we kind of like have the right to hold.
No. See.
Yeah.
What I'm saying here, what I'm saying here is factual. I'm not saying you're doubting me.
Yeah.
But do you know that out of 80 million people, just 29 million people voted? There's a huge amount of people that are not voting.
Babati, I can provide the link for what Ete just said. If you do this is how we go. If you just plucked it from thin air, that's just pluck it from thin air. That's random.
It's not from thin air. If you can follow the feeds that you're following, it will come up there. It will come up there. If you can follow the feeds you are following, that news will come up there.
Because if you're quoting an American-based post group, Nigerian political...
The same polls that predicted Buhari will win the election. The same.
Okay, just give me a link. Just give us a link to follow, because I'm really interested in those poll numbers.
No problem. Before the end of the program, I'm going to send a link to the chat, and you're going to see it.
All right, we'll hold you to that as I move you on. Okay, round off your thoughts on that space and then go to the space. 2023, I have offers to be Vice President Governor Zulum. So I'm quite curious to see what people are making of that. But round off your thoughts on where you were and then go swiftly to that.
Yeah. So the thing is, what Goodluck Jonathan is saying is the fact. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows that this money politics thing is not going to take us anywhere. I don't know why he's coming out now to say it, but we all know this money politics is not going to take us anywhere. That is why somebody like Peter Obi has removed himself from money politics and go to the right path that says, when you love a candidate, support him. Simple as short. He doesn't need to share money to anybody. And what Zulum is saying is obviously true. Obviously true. Because there's a lot of people that have been doing calculations and be saying Zulum will be vice president. They've said Zulum will be vice president under Tinubu. They've said Zulum will be vice president under Osibari. In fact, every candidate in the APC has said Zulum will be a vice president. Why are they saying that? Because they know that is the only northern credible candidate that they can use to get votes. Because obviously everybody knows he tried in Borno. Everybody knows that Zulum tried as a governor in Borno, because he inherited a Borno that was followed by Boko Haram, followed by insecurities and big issues. He has managed to reduce it to at least the bare minimum. The only thing that is stopping Boko Haram from leaving Borno is the federal government. That is not Zulum problem.
So
the federal government.
This thing that Zulum is saying that he's giving it good consideration, but it feels as though his work in Borno State is not done yet. Do you think it means that, or is he just playing hard to get?
It means that because he's a person that has the people of Borno in his heart. He's a person that is not interested in the money part of politics. He's a person that came to power riding on change, and he sees himself as change, and he wants to stick to that. I'm sure this vice president role they are giving him is a huge temptation. That's why he's coming to say that he hasn't finished the job in Borno. Obviously, he hasn't finished the job in Borno, and he's scared. He's scared that maybe if he gives the position to somebody else, and they might not do what they need to do, they might not, and which is very understandable, because right now Borno is becoming more peaceful than Kaduna. We are seeing it. Borno is becoming far more peaceful than Kaduna.
What are you attributing that to?
I'm attributing that to the sense that when you're talking about the few candidates that have credibility.
No. Sorry. When you said Borno is more peaceful than Kaduna, what are you attributing that to?
It's obvious most of the insecurities we're hearing right now in Nigeria has been in Kaduna. Most of all the insecurities has been in Kaduna. Right now, Borno is looking more peaceful than Kaduna because all the kidnaps, all the bomb threats,
is that down
all
to
the
Zulum?
everything.
Is that down to Zulum or the federal effort?
It's not only down to Zulum. It's also down to what is his name? This short man. I've forgotten his name.
El Rufai.
El Rufai. It's down to El Rufai because the problem in Borno, yes, we can say, oh, the federal government needs to pull its weight, but we can see that Zulum is pushing hard for there to be peace in Borno. He's having constant meetings. He's trying his best to make sure that Borno becomes a safe space. And based on the state he inherited, we're looking at Borno based on what he inherited. Because I think he's a one-term governor. He has not done the second term yet.
Yes, he's seeking re-election.
Yeah, so based on what he inherited, he has done extremely well in Borno. Extremely. Borno is now more marketable than Kaduna to any company right now. You can easily market Borno than to market Kaduna, because that has now become the epicenter of insecurity, even when that is where all the security apparatus is. So it shows also that the governor has a role to play in insecurity. The governor has a role, and Zulum has proven it. That is why you see a lot of people clamoring for him to be a vice, especially from the southern part of Nigeria, because they know that is the only candidate that has any form of credibility right now in the north. Zulum is that candidate that you can sell to the southerners that, oh, okay, Zulum and so ticket. And also there's this permutation that the northeast has not had their turn, same as the permutation that the southeast has not had their turn. So Zulum coming as a vice president, which definitely after 8 years will mean that he will be the front runner as the presidential candidate, is also covering that permutation that is saying that, oh, after we finish, we will give it to the northeast. Because it's that same permutation that people like Lawan is climbing on and saying, oh, the northeast has been marginalized, we've not had our turn. That is the same thing the group that is supporting Lawan is saying. So Zulum also covers that space. If Zulum becomes a vice president of anybody, whether Tinubu or even Osibanjo, the northeast, they've gotten the northeast because they love him.
The one thing I will say about Zulum, as you said, I'm not aware of anybody that hates him, which is a big plus for any Nigerian politician, because everybody hates all of them, but nobody outrightly hates him. You know, just similarly to Peter Obi, nobody outrightly hates Peter Obi. So that already, yes. And I think people will even forgive a Muslim ticket if he was Zulum, because he presents like such a gentleman.
Yes, that's true. People will actually cover their eyes for the Muslim ticket if it's Zulum. Unlike people like what's his name, El Rufai.
No, nobody wants him.
You understand? So Zulum is actually liked in the south. It's actually liked in the south. So anybody coming from the south definitely will be looking at Zulum as a running mate. Anybody coming from the south, because that is the best APC can offer. If not because of APC and the president in APC has come from the north, Zulum would have been a front runner, hands down. Zulum would have been a front runner and he would have gotten a lot of votes from the south. Because right now, people are scrambling to get the lesser evil. You know, people are scrambling to get the I know say he bad, but he go do something kind of president. People are scrambling. That is how bad Buhari administration has performed. So when you're looking at the north, in the entire north, whether APC or PDP, Zulum is the best choice as a vice. It's the best choice as a vice.
Yes, it is inoffensive. So thank you for that. So now let me now take you to this space. It's something that we addressed a couple of days ago, but the subject matter was, or rather, the person speaking was Governor Dave Umahi. So he came out to say that from all the security reports and all the arrests that they have made, there is no such thing as some fifth columnist in the unknown gunmen space. That in totality, entirety, they are all Southeasterners. They are. I even gave us their profile. It says they are somewhat uneducated and they feel sort of outside of society in terms of opportunities. So they happened upon guns and then they are hiding under the agitation narrative to wreak havoc on the space. So when Dave Umahi said this, the stones were like bricks. It was rocks that were thrown at him, trying to take off his head. But then 2 days later, Governor Soludo comes out to say virtually exactly the same thing. This is Governor Soludo speaking to that space and somebody that hitherto had respect in the Southeast. Unknown gunmen behind Southeast violence are IGBO, Soludo. So this is something that frustrates a lot, Ete, when everybody categorically know fully that it is the Southeasterners that are behind all these atrocities. But then when you go to that, we have to acknowledge that in order to be able to tackle it. But they even refuse to acknowledge it, the people at the epicenter of it. So do you align with what Governor Soludo is saying, backing up what Governor Dave Umahi said? Or are you in the what about camp? Is it what about, Ete?
You know, everybody knows that the people perpetrating this evil in the Southeast are Igbos. That's no doubt. They've released several videos and they were speaking fluent Igbo. Not just you know definitely that these people are Igbos. And I'm agreeing with what they are saying that these people are Igbos and also is politically motivated. It's politically motivated. Because when you look at what is happening in the Southeast, you can't the other people that are causing trouble, which are the IPOB, has come out clearly to say these people are not part of us. They've come out several times to say these people are not part of us. So if they are not part of IPOB, who are they part of? Definitely, it has to do with some political and criminality involved, which is what is showing, because their act is not even showing like that they're fighting for Brafia anymore. Their act is just showing that these people just want to cause trouble. It has nothing to do with the fight of Brafia.
But
clearly.
Governor Soludo does not concede that they are not part of IPOB. Listen to this paragraph. It says, unfortunately, every criminal gang, including cult groups, claim to be a liberation movement, making it difficult to differentiate between any genuine agitator from criminals. Unfortunately, also, the criminals now dominate the space. So from that paragraph, you can deduce that Governor Soludo is not especially making any distinction between unknown gunmen, ESN, or IPOB. They are all one and the same. The governor from Anambra State insists.
But what you're saying, the governor of Anambra is saying that these things are criminality. If it was the case of IPOB, he wouldn't have visited Nnamdi Kanu. He wouldn't have. He visited Nnamdi Kanu to discuss this problem. And that's when he found out that these things has nothing to do with IPOB. That is why he's coming out to say that these things are criminalities, not IPOB. He didn't say IPOB. He said criminalities. So to show you that they know that these are criminals taking advantage of the although we say that, oh, the space was opened by IPOB, that is no doubt. You see, this space was opened by IPOB. But right now, it's not a problem of IPOB anymore. It's a problem of criminals. Criminals are taking advantage and constituting nuisance, because there's no way beheading a lawmaker will grant Brafia. It doesn't make sense. The atrocities that these people are doing in the southeast doesn't make sense. They are kidnapping people. They are forcing them to pay a huge amount of ransom. These are not the activities of IPOB. These are not the characteristics of IPOB. So we know that these are not IPOB. The federal government can blame it whatsoever on IPOB, but this is clearly not IPOB. This is clearly criminalities. This is clearly thieves and armed robbers that are taking advantage of the volatile situation in the southeast. And I feel Governor Soludo, with the federal government and all the various governors in the southeast, should wake up and tackle this criminality before it becomes something else. That's what I feel needs to be done.
All right, thank you, Ete. So, Ete, finally to this space. After presidential aspirants screening, APC will decide on zoning. It's the lead of the space, ABDULLAHI ADAMU. So, a lot of people, they are working on the assumption that APC is going to come up with a southern candidate. But the party itself has not taken an official position to say that they are voting, that they are not voting, but zoning. The party itself has not come up with an official position to state that they are zoning to any particular region. And the chairman of the party reminds us, after presidential aspirant screening, APC will decide on zoning ADAMU. So the screening not taking place yet. The primaries in about 3 days' time. What do you then make of this comment by the party chair?
He's just trying to be wise. Obviously, we know that that permutation doesn't make sense. How can you say after the screening, when you've not done the screening, 3 days to the primary? I'm sure probably maybe the screening might be done a day or 2 days to the primary. Then that's when you're going to decide that you want to zone. Doesn't make sense. We know that the APC is zoning into the south. That's just the truth. The APC is zoning to the south. They are not stupid. They are not stupid and they are not naive. They know that they are zoning it to the south. Everybody knows that they are zoning it to the south. Now the question is it going to be Tinubu or not? That is the main question. We have no doubt that a southerner is going to be the flag bearer of APC. That is no doubt. That one is not within doubt. I'm seeing Lawan, I'm seeing some other candidate coming out. Those people are just trying to negotiate delegates. We know that the APC ticket is going to be zoned to the south. Now the issue, is it going to be Tinubu or not? If it's going to be Tinubu, fine. We know that APC is going to be the party to beat, because that's the truth. If APC give that ticket to Tinubu, they're the party to beat. They are the party to beat. They have it in their hands. Now, if they don't give it to Tinubu, that is a different ball game entirely. A different ball game entirely. Because definitely Tinubu has come out, his campaigners has come out to say that he's not going to give up his ambition. So definitely, if he doesn't get it in APC, he's going to do the same thing that Peter Obi did. He's going to move to another party.
Well, Ete, what are you making of the school of thought that suggests that the APC are waiting to see who the PDP presents, and whoever the PDP presents is going to, in a large way, in a large extent, determine where APC will zone the presidency. What are you making of that narrative?
That school of thought has already been answered. What are they waiting for again? It is clear that Atiku is going to get the ticket. That is not doubt anymore. Atiku is going to get the ticket without Peter Obi there. Definitely is going to be Atiku. And if APC is wise to any extent, it's obviously you are going to give it to a Southerner, because any Southerner will defeat Atiku hands down. Any Southerner, whether Tinubu or Asibanjo, will defeat Atiku, because already in the north the votes are shared. We have NNPP sweeping around the northwest. They are gaining grounds by the day. NNPP right now is gaining grounds by the day in the north. So definitely the hope that the so-called Atiku has, which is the southeast and the south, he has lost it with Peter Obi. There's nobody that's going to vote for Atiku right now in the south. Like in the south right now, Atiku should not expect more than at least 15% of the vote in each state. He should not expect more than 50%. That is if he has enough dollar to even spend. That is when he's going to get to that 50%. Because Atiku is clearly not liked. It's clearly not liked. The only reason people were talking Atiku is because of a personality as Peter Obi. So Atiku has lost it in the south. So the north is his only base right now. So if APC is wise, go on.
Yeah, so I just when you were just talking about this whole statistics thing, I just went online to check out the 2019 election results, and I saw that APC won that result by 4 million votes, about 55 to 41%. So I'm trying to look at, for Atiku to pull in like 11 million votes, I'm trying to look at how did he manage to close that gap, because he did quite well regarding that. And out of that 11 million votes, what percentage of that 11 million was actually pulled by Peter Obi?
It's a curious thing that you have done, Charles, because that was a conversational space once upon a time here. And in that 2019 election, this is why there's a question mark that would Atiku even pick Peter Obi as his vice, because in that 2019 cycle, at the Atiku camp, they were somewhat disappointed with Peter Obi. They said he never really put up a performance in terms of the election, and he brought no money. So he brought no money, and he did not really bring votes outside of a traditional type of vote that he would have brought. So they felt it was dead weight to that 2019 election. This is what the Atiku camp said after the election.
It's funny. Do you feel like Atiku will get any vote from the southeast or south right now? He won't. Atiku won't get that traditional vote that he's claiming, or that traditional vote
What if Atiku feels Wike? Do you think that will change your narrative of him not getting from south?
Even if he feels a king in the south or southeast, he's not going to. It has been stated clear that the South wants to get power after Buhari. That is the thing going on throughout the South. Throughout the South, it has been stated clear that they want a Southerner as a president.
Okay. Sorry, Charles. Ete, if APC, if they present Goodluck Jonathan, and PDP presents Atiku, who will get to the south?
APC presents Goodluck Jonathan and PDP presents Atiku.
Yeah, who will get the south?
Definitely is going to be Jonathan. Except maybe PDP presents a southern candidate, because right now nobody wants to
Yoruba
hear
people
a
will vote for
northerner.
Jonathan. Yoruba people will vote for Jonathan over Atiku.
They will share votes. They will share votes. In fact, me basically what I feel, if is at Jonathan Atiku, the southeast and the southwest will go for a third force. They would go for a third force. Even the south side might follow. In fact, they might even lose.
The southwest will not vote for a third force because I'm assuming the third force will be wherever
the third force might be
wherever
Tinubu
Peter Obi
or
his supposed popularity.
The third force will be Peter Obi or Tinubu. That is the third force. Are you telling me that there will be a third force of Tinubu, for example, and the Southeast won't vote for him? No. At least half will vote for Tinubu. At least half. So there is no way. Even the South, Jonathan.
If Atiku goes up against Jonathan, the Yorubas will vote for Atiku. Almost certainly, they would.
You see, they've never been a election like this in the entire.
Because they will resent Goodluck Jonathan, and they will hold their nose and vote for Atiku.
You see what people are failing to understand, one man. They are failing to understand that they've never been in an election like this in the entire history of Nigeria. They've never been an election like this. So we can't rule out third force because we don't know. They've never been a serious third force candidate. They've never been a serious third force candidate. They've never since Nigeria started democracy, even before 1999.
And is there one now?
There is.
What
is right now.
What's the third force?
The third force right now is the candidates that the majority of the youth want, which is Peter Obi. It is clear. Like, it is clear that people are even coming out to say that, look, even if Peter Obi doesn't contest, we'll write his name in the ballot. People are coming out to say.
I wonder where you get all these things from that you say it.
They're all over social media.
Look at this guy.
Man, they're all over social media.
All right.
It's the talk of the town right now. You see, if Peter Obi goes to Labour Party today, for example, you will be surprised with the popularity that Labour Party is going to get in the space of 24 hours. You'll be surprised the popularity. People are saying that people don't people on Twitter don't vote, or people on Twitter don't have PVC. They fail to even recognize the amount of people that came out to even register their PVC has been one of the highest since 1999. They've been one of the highest, to show you that a lot of people that have not come out to vote, they've not voted because they've not had a credible candidate. It has been the lesser evil, and a lot of people have looked at it like, these people are evil, are not voting. But right now they have a good. Which is Peter Obi. Now a lot of people are saying he will not this, he will not that. It's going to cause a major upset.
Tsunami. It will be like a tsunami.
A very, very heavy tsunami. Very heavy tsunami that will sweep, at least, I'm 100% sure, of the South are going to go towards Peter Obi. I'm 100% sure.
I'm looking at the states in the Southeast. Apart from, it's only APC and APGA. Apart from PDP has the majority, it's only APC and APGA that have governors in the Southeast. Am I correct? One governor each.
Yes. Yes.
So what's the I really don't see. So okay, now Obi has left. PDP. Does that even change the narrative? We know that APC, most likely in Imo State there won't be any elections. So that Southeast state is just neutral. It's voting for no one. But do you think in the remaining Southeast states, Obi leaving PDP is going to, especially with his sitting governor of PDP, is going to change the election results or statistics in Obi's favor, whichever party he goes?
You look historically, if their question is being answered, historically, most of the Southeast votes ABGA for governorship election and vote PDP.
How many ABGA governors do we have? How many ABGA governors do we have?
One, I think.
You have ABGA in I think is it Anambra or so.
Anambra, yeah.
Yeah, you have an ABGA there. I don't know about the other states.
The other states are PDP, APC.
PDP. APC is just one. It's not just Imo State.
Yeah.
When you see when it comes to geopolitical zone, when it comes to the Southeast, I can stab my chest anytime, any day, and tell you that the Southeast will vote for candidates anytime, any day, rather than party. The Southeast will vote for candidates rather than party.
I don't know where you get all these things that you say from, or it's like
because of that is the kind of politics they make.
I don't want to say it's naive, but it is somewhat naive.
Why do you think that the APC or any other party per se is finding it difficult to enter? Because they don't have their candidates. There is no Southeasterner right now that wouldn't vote for Peter Obi. There is no one. That one is no doubt.
You keep saying these things, man.
No,
God, you've been spending too much time.
You know that all APC needs to do. Let's say they're going to get it's just to make up the numbers for the loss or in Igbo Southeast in the north. You know that's exactly what they're going to do. If you like, vote. If you like, all of you vote for. They will just make up. It will be a close call, but they will make up the numbers through one way or the other.
You are not going to get 25% in the Southeast. Even in the South,
that's what I'm trying to tell you. They don't need the Southeast for anything.
The South right now for Peter Obi, are you aware that majority of the South states are for Peter Obi? Majority.
The South states are for PDP, not for Peter Obi.
The only place that the APC or PDP might drag is Edo State. That is the only state in South that the APC or PDP might even drag. You see the rest part of South votes the same place that the Southeast votes.
So this question is directed to you. So going by Peter Obi leaving, what's going to be PDP's move in terms of his replacement? Is it going to be a Southeast candidate? Is it going to be a South candidate?
No. I think what Peter Obi's move has done is a real boon for Wike, because the reality of the politics of PDP is that the ticket will go to the north and it will end up with Atiku. And if it doesn't end up with Atiku, likely Saraki. So the presidential slot is closed to the Southeast. But the vice presidential slot, which was what they were really fighting for, Wike and Obi, the Obi leaving the PDP now just opens that space for Wike, because there is no other southern candidate within the APC, within the PDP, that is strong enough as a sell to the Nigerian space than Wike. And if they can persuade Wike to be vice president, which we won't take too much persuasion, he will be a counterweight, because he's such a strong personality. So he will be a counterweight to Atiku's northernness, and that will balance the ticket. So Obi leaving PDP is a real boon.
The only problem I have with Wike is if maybe another candidate, but not Wike, especially if they want to get votes in the Southeast because of his approach regarding Igbos and IPOB movement and everything in general. They might.
It will just go and romance them now. You know how.
I really don't. I'm not too sure of that because of his past deeds with the Igbos, his wordings, his
he's been reclaiming.
I know he's been trying to. He's been trying to make amends and everything, but I don't know if it's. I can say it's a little too late for that, because everybody will know that it's just because of politics. The man doesn't really. And even his move
And
trying to make
Ohanese
amends.
have accepted him, by the way. Ohanese have said
really?
he's one. Yeah, yes.
Those
They
ones
said that. They said Rotimi Amechi and Wike that they are one of their own. So he's already been accepted into the fold.
Well, that changes the whole narrative now.
Yes.
So Obi, as far as I'm concerned, if Ohanese has accepted Wike, honestly speaking, Obi is just
Wike can't drag any vote with Obi. It is clear. Wike can't drag anything with Obi.
Drop the dead donkey now.
Wike is his boy. Wike is his boy. He was kneeling down years ago. He was kneeling down years ago for Obi. See, forget Southeast though. See, Southeast are not like the rest part of Nigeria.
They are not like the Southwest.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Candidacy matters when it comes to the Southeast. Candidacy, the person himself matters. They are going to check your track record. They are going to check whether you can deliver. It matters a lot in the Southeast. So right now in the Southeast, Wike has no ground when it comes to Obi. He's going to win it hands down. You see, South is going to win it hands down. It's only maybe Edo State in my drag. Now, when you go to the Southwest, it's going to be shared 50-50 within anybody and Obi, because Obi is liked in the Southwest right now. It's gaining traction. People are failing to see this.
You know, there's a good chance that Obi might not even find a party to park his ambition.
That's
because NNPP, there's only a vice slot available for him in NNPP.
There's still he's not going to be a vice to anybody.
So it's only Labour that is available to him now. But is Labour too small a party for him to park his ambition? Do they have the
structures? It's not about party anymore. That is what you're not understanding.
No, it's about who is the candidate now. It's about structures.
It's not about which structure are you talking about.
Oh God.
It's about candidacy. That is what matters right now. Nigerians are wising up. Buhari has opened their eyes.
Oh God.
In case you are not knowing. Maybe see, most of us here are abroad, and when we talk, we fail to understand that the normal man in Nigeria is tired. He's tired. So they are looking for any glimpse of hope. That hope right now is Buhari. Peter Obi. You see that hope?
All right. Ete, I want to spell a word for you, and I want you to pronounce it. So I'll spell the word, and I want you to pronounce it. Naivety. Naivety. What does that spell? Naivety.
Naivety.
Well done. So there it is. Right there. Your words. So this is just I've never heard. I don't think I've heard what I've heard.
One man. Almighty. This is the same thing critics were saying. Were saying pre-2015. The critics were saying that no way IGBO president will lose an election. But it happened. It happened. A lot of people, I remember vividly 2015, although I never supported Buhari. But a lot of people were saying it clearly. Oh, he cannot. IGBO president, he will win. Landslide. This one. That one.
It happened under the platform of a very strong political party now. It will never happen under an average party or an upcoming party.
But I never even knew there was a Labour party.
How was APC a strong political party?
See, look, let's be rational.
No, in what way APC was a strong political party?
Win this election.
He might not even get a party.
If Obi wins the election, what will you now say?
He can't win.
If Obi wins, what will you now say? Because
they dream.
You're failing to understand that even history is behind this man. I remember when he was trying to vie for Anambra State governorship position. It was the 9th ticket in ABGA, which was the main party then in Anambra. I'm sorry, it was the 9th ticket in PDP. Sorry, which was the main. Wait, let me land my point.
Okay,
PDP was the main. PDP was the main then. It was the 9th ticket. He went to ABGA. Do you know what he did? He won. He went to ABGA and won. So you don't know the force behind that man. It's organic. They don't need to pay money. There are people that are ready to give their full salary for Peter Obi right now. Their full salary for Peter Obi.
And then they will drink water for the month.
How many candidates can vouch and do 1 million match free of charge? How many? They don't want any of them winner.
All right, thank you. Go on, Ola.
Do you know? I enjoy your analysis and it's very entertaining, but the way where I think you should address properly was when you were even comparing 2015 of Buhari and what will happen in case of Obi. Did you know how many years it took APC to roll out the propaganda machine to make sure that they decapitated Jonathan completely? They took him to even up to Obama to make sure that everything they wanted to do, they made this guy look very bad to the extent that they won a lot of people on the street. They won a lot of people on the social media to make sure they condemn Jonathan totally. That was the situation. But the situation we have now, we have a divided country. Some people that are strongly for Oshibajo. Some people are strongly for what's the name of this guy? Even Tinubu. Even though I don't believe he can win anything. So the same way too, you cannot just the same way too, some people think Obi, but the vibe I see about Obi in the political space, honestly, is the evidence there is not supporting what they are talking about, to be honest.
How is the evidence not supporting? You think Nigerians want to vote for money bags anymore? You think they are not seeing the problem?
How did you get at that? Look at this thing. Look at how some Nigerians sitting up to now. If they know that you are associated with one political big gun, even though they know that you are not right in whatever you are doing, even though you are doing it for your belly's sake, those guys want to align themselves with you in case your man get to that place. So they are now seeing you as a big brother that even the conscience on the table can drop to them. See, the question
Buhari has opened plenty people high. Do you know the suffering these people are suffering in Nigeria?
But you and I, we are both on Twitter, we are both on Instagram, we're on Facebook. Are you saying?
Okay. You just made something now. You say you're both on Twitter, you're both on Instagram and Facebook. Truthfully, who is the candidacy in all these platforms? Truthfully,
if I should tell you, for example, from APC camp, you understand, people prefer Oshibajo. Whereas this guy from Port Harcourt, what's the name of this guy? It seems that now maybe the anointed person from the Kaaba. But if you are talking of what the Facebook and social media shows us, the person they want is Oshibajo. So where you don't hear Oshibajo,
person they want to see Banjo, Ola? How is the person they want to see Banjo? How many accounts has dedicated themselves to Sibanjo? None. Totally none.
Okay.
But you can't count how many accounts that have dedicated themselves to Peter Obi. It's the profile picture of everybody now on social media now. Go and check it. When last were you on social media?
When last I'm on social media, I'm on one as we speak now. Are we not on one now?
Then you check it now. You will see that Peter Obi is the profile picture of everybody. We move. You don't know we move. Right now, if you go to Twitter, you see that Peter Obi is trending. Okay. He's trending on Twitter.
Okay.
Is he not trending on Twitter?
You see one thing. I listened to one analyst this morning. I've not listened to.
Sorry, Ola. Let me just interject for a moment. Ete, I want you to look at your screen. I want to show you this. We have to infuse reality with because a lot of this thing you're saying is somewhat a comical interlude. But let's infuse some reality to it. So you're talking about Twitter. So this is Peter Obi's Twitter presence. You can see his followership, 979,000.8. So just not even just short of 1 million. So 979,000 approximately Peter Obi's follower on Twitter. So you can see him. It's a verified account, so there's no equivocation about this. anybody can check this because you keep saying Twitter, Facebook, etc.
Can you
So
check his tweets?
Hold on, 979,000.8. So that's Peter Obi's followership on Twitter. So now for counterbalance, let's go to Atiku. So how many people are following Atiku on Twitter? So let's find out. So here is Atiku Abubakar, again a verified account, so no equivocation here. So you can see Atiku Abubakar. This is a verified account. You can see him there, right with the blue tick. 4.1 million. 4.1 million. So let's infuse reality with some of the things that we talk about.
There's no see one man. This is so biased. There's no reality there. Can you check the tweets of Peter Obi and Atiku? Can you check the engagements in each tweet? Do you know that PDP has lost a lot of followers since he left?
One man, good evening.
Well, he has not left. Well, it's still that's nearly 500% more. But yeah, good to have you, Theo Bala.
Yeah, I'll be listening to all your analysis and everything. Thank you so much. And there's nothing more. And there was one person that said something about though that APC or PDP may likely share Edo. I just want to put it on record. Edo, they believe struggling on individual candidacy, not the party. You know, and like what Ete is saying, people are really feeling it hot on the street right now. They believe someone who can deliver that mandate for them, what they want. And you were talking about this tweet of a thing. Buhari in 2015, no, as I don't think he even have any follower. So I just want to put that one inside because I'm doing something.
You mean you don't think? What do you mean you don't think? You
don't think that amount of follower, but yet
how do you know that? What do you mean you don't think? You don't think it's not a categorical?
There was no followers. I mean, when I mean followers, I'm talking. Was Buhari is Buhari on Twitter?
I'm sure he
is. He is on Twitter.
No. I mean, in 2015. In 2015.
How do you know it wasn't? What are you
talking about? He was not on Twitter. I'm only asking you. If you now say yes, what was the followers then?
How would anybody know who his followers were in 2015? Do you know?
Records would have been able to show that. But that is
not. He was on Twitter in 2015 and it was trending on Twitter constantly in 2015.
Okay, fine. That is the question. That is the aspect I want to come in. And somebody said here that he had to go and meet Obama, meet this to be able to demarket Goodluck Jonathan. Remember, Jonathan said one thing that he had no shoe. People were complaining. You that say you have no shoe. You are the one having this bad governance and everything. People not demanding for a change because of the insecurity and many other things that was even going on in the country. Like what is happening in Nigeria today, you don't even need to go as far as US. It's even clear to everybody that Buhari government has failed the country. And there's going to be a massive division in terms of votes. People are going to be voting for APC. People are going to be voting for PDP. And eventually, if the tough ones emerge, people are going to be voting for them. It will be very difficult for you to ascertain who is going to be the winner from today.
Tiobala, see, interesting view when you said Buhari was not on Twitter or whatever in 2015.
No, I did not say it was not on Twitter. I'm only asking.
Wait, that he didn't have a very strong presence even if it was there. The thing you are missing this thing. Institution was working for Buhari. That's where you miss this thing. This guy, they spent heavily. Wait now, they spent heavily on PR. This guy got celebrity on those social media that were technically droning Jonathan, and they were promoting Buhari. So see, the strategy is totally different from when you are talking of an individual. So as Lai Mohammed was telling his own lies, they were engaging some kind of an Hollywood artist that were already pulling these guys down, Jonathan down, and they didn't stop at that. They even went as far as the White House to even make sure they brought this guy down. So they made sure that they use all the thing in their capacity to run Jonathan down. before now
Do
they
you need,
brought
okay,
Buhari.
do you need anything to run
Wait,
Buhari down?
Tubala, wait. Don't forget that the same Buhari you are talking about put 12 million votes in 2011. So all they did was just to re-strategize, and they added to what Buhari had. So this case, the situation of whether we are talking of third force, we are talking of whatever, these guys, they've not stolen what those people that promoted Buhari stole. Two different things. So it is an interesting view that we say this, but let us say the reality, right? Let us say the reality. I don't know where I'm still understanding that third force that want to bring Obi out. Then we see. But as it is now, I can't feel that. I can't feel that that kind of thing that will tell me that Obi is on the right path. Anything can change between now.
Let me answer your question, Ola.
All right, answer that. Then I want to go on to Alec, to Charles. Charles are next, just to progress the conversation. But I'll address what Ola has put. Then I'll go on to Charles.
Okay. Already, vote has been shared in the north as we speak. The Northwest is no longer APC nor PDP. The Northwest right now is NNPP. And right now, the South, especially the Southeast and the South-South, is no longer PDP, whether you like it or not. The Southeast and South-South are for Peter Obi. Clear. There's nobody dragging Southeast and South-South now with Peter Obi. Even Wike cannot drag it with Peter Obi. Now, when you go to the South, when you go to the Southwest, you have people like Tinubu. It all depends on who they give that ticket to. If they give that ticket to people like Osibanjo or Amechi, Southeast is out of the question, because Tinubu is going to declare, and at least is going to have half of Southwest. Now, as I said before, and I'm saying it again, it all boils down to North Central. Who North Central is going to go for is going to be the next president of Nigeria. It's as simple as ABC.
All right, by your permutation. So thank you, Ete. So let's go from Disney world politics from Ete to somebody that is not at all, hopefully Mickey Mouse. We go to so we go from Disney world to somebody hopefully not Mickey Mouse, and we go to Charles. So Charles, then we this space now. You see, this is a recurring decimal, especially on this platform and indeed on the whole of social media. And it's somewhat of a frustrating space, because they say identify first the problem before you're able to solve it. But it looks as though that even that first starting point, people are recoiling from it. Unknown gunmen behind Southeast violence are IGBOs. Soludo speaking. So everybody knows this. All of the lead within that space, they say this, but the population of that space, they recall from it. Even when we were discussing it, somebody was saying that the Janjaweeds, they are now adept at speaking Igbos and whatnot. So they don't even want to acknowledge that the problem is localized from within. So if there's no acknowledgement of that, how can there be a solution? Charles?
I think some of the, especially when that northern woman and her kids were killed, I feel, at least I know a number of Igbos that denounced that outrageous killing of the northern lady. However, it's just everybody, well, even I was even of that opinion that it wasn't Igbo, that it was DSS and things like that.
So you bought into it too?
Yeah, I did. I bought into it, to be honest, because we know what these Nigerian politicians can do, even from the NSAS events or hoodlums and things like that. We know what they're capable of doing. However, to some extent, I'm beginning to think, yes, these are people of Igbo extraction committing these atrocities. At the same time, I also look at it as because I'm wondering why it's only in Imo states Is this happening in other eastern states?
It's happening in Anambra as well. In fact, almost in equal measure, Imo is happening in Anambra as well.
Anambra, because
what Charles Soludo was saying is that it's essentially because of the economics of it, because there's a lot of wealth in Anambra and also in Imo, so that is where criminality is concentrated.
Okay, because my own permutation at the same time was that I was thinking that could these unknown government or things like that be associated with politics, maybe in terms of PDP sponsoring them to try as much as possible to, because those are the two Southeast states that are not under APC, if I'm correct. I mean, either
under PDP.
Under PDP, you understand? Yeah. Both are ABGA and APC.
Yeah, under PDP. Yeah.
ABGA, yeah, under PDP. So at the same time, I was thinking, is there a political undertone to this? You know what? Let's frustrate, make sure that the North, because if you look at the last election, the like I said, the votes were just they were able to win with just about 4 million votes. I'm also thinking that they're trying to downplay the numbers. Okay, those Southeast states that we don't have a foothold of, let's make sure that no elections happen there to level the playing field. That we know that, okay, the whole entire South, we have it. Let's now focus energy on the North. So I also looked at the political undertone, but I'm not too sure anymore. But all I can say is that the Southeast governors have a lot of work to do to try as much as possible to disseminate and sensitize the indigenes on the illegal activities of unknown government. And also, I feel the federal government itself should try. I know there's a lot of northern backlash, and a lot of northerners or even federal government are a bit, to some extent, happy with what is ongoing. But I just feel the federal government should put all sentiments aside and try as much as possible to put the boots on the ground to see things, get things to normalcy in that region, and not just abandon them, because that's what I see them doing.
All right, thank you. I want you to respond to this, but this was sent in especially for the benefit of Ete, but you have the floor, so I want you to respond to this. This is, I'm going to play you something now that somebody just sent in. I'll post my, before I do anything, let me post this first for the benefit of the audience. We are, in every stream, we are trying to hit 100 likes. So which is somewhat a labored thing because I'm constantly having to call for it. And usually we have twice in instances, 3 times as many people as that benchmark. So if everybody had clicked on the like button, I will not be going on about it anymore. So if you look in your comment section now, you'll see we want to hit 100 likes minimum for this stream. So if you can just nudge us over that, and then I'll shut my mouth about it. So as you said about that, let me present you this, Charles. So this is something that somebody listening to it is saying that money politics will fail come 2023. This is what somebody sent in to counter that. Watch this, it's alarming. Okay, before I play it, let me just read you the caption. It says, watch, Kogi Governor Yaya Bello's wife, Rashidat, splashes out 1 million naira each on her personal security detail as husband continues to owe staff salary. So this is what goes on within the Nigerian space. Just look at that. Bundles. This is it. Bundles.
So, by the grace of God, we're going to do 1 million.
Don't worry, everybody. Congratulations. Lovely. She's a jolly good fellow. She's a jolly good fellow. And so say all of us, hooray! And so say all of us, hooray! And so say all of us, hooray! She's a
Have you ever seen such a thing in your life? Have you ever seen such a thing in your life, Charles?
No, I haven't. See, look. Nigeria has a systemic problem in terms of
problem
corruption.
Gets bigger every single day.
And before elections, then over the years before, we hear of they're bribing, they're giving money to delegates and things like that to change the narrative of elections. It was never really done in the open this way. But over the past few years, we see it seems as if we've even embraced it as a nation, as normalcy. They don't even have, at least to an extent, you might do things in secrecy because morally it's wrong and it can affect you negatively in the public light. But now in Nigeria, they see, just like there's no difference between these guys and Hush Puppy. We know Hush Puppy makes things new. We knew Hush Puppy was into all these frauds and stuff, and he was giving out money and spending lavishly, and everybody were hailing him. He was getting more likes and followers, and there's no difference between these politicians and these guys. It seems Nigeria, we just embrace corruption, we just embrace looting, and we just embrace stealing. And the display of those actions are actually celebrated by a majority of our population. So I just feel Nigeria has reached a point.
How much is Yahaya Bello's salary that to afford his wife to be gifting out? I counted 15. Just casually gifting out millions and millions of naira to.
Look. That's a forgot. See, right now, corruption is here to stay in Nigeria. I don't think there's nothing anybody can do about it. In elections, is either you give out money. If you don't give out money, just forget about it. That's how it is now. It's here to stay. There really isn't anything. It's either you do as you go and jump on board the behavioral patterns of Nigeria, or you just forget about it. You can't do anything without money in this country. So just even if see, I don't know when it comes to that kind of issue with Nigeria, just forget about it. There really isn't anything you can do. You just leave it that corruption, embezzlement is the new normal in Nigeria.
So we are surrendered to it now.
No, we have. No. That's I've given up on. There's nothing. We can't crop it. We can't do anything about it. The EFCC, all those arms and everything, they're just hound dogs to just attack opposition. We all know that. On the normal in a developed society, by now they should have sent the EFCC, because this is obviously this is not their salary. This is money allocated to the government to handle certain projects, pay salaries and things like that. We all know that this is government money. You going on national TV, giving 1 million that is not even budgeted for your government, just dashing it out to. If you can do this in public, what will you be doing in the private? There's no law, there's no order in the country. And they know that.
No wonder Fanikayode is their spokesperson. How much do you think his price would be? To be honest,
corruption is a done deal in Nigeria. There's nothing you can do. As a matter of fact, if you're in government, if you don't even steal money, I think you're the one that is a fool, because it's obviously that the thing is now regular. It's a normal if you don't steal money, then you're the one that is silly in that country. So that's just what I have to say.
All right. It's quite a depressing sight.
If they use the corruption money for good, like in other countries, you see other countries that got people there for using money for something, but Nigeria doing money for nothing.
Nobody uses corruption money for good.
Yeah, no, in some countries they do. One man, we can't.
They use corruption money for good. What does that mean?
If I say the country, you'd be like, I'm saying some countries they do that for real. I'm not joking.
They don't use corruption money for good now. It's stolen money. Stolen money.
You say Charles made name country again.
Yeah, you're always making up stuff. We know Kenya. That, Charles. Kenya, of course. Or Rwanda. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Charlie boy. So back to the politics of it. So the Goodluck Jonathan alarming to the space, but somewhat hypocrisy to these words. Ongoing primaries of APC, PDP, other parties are a mess. The process has failed. Ex-President Goodluck Jonathan. And what he's speaking to is what we just saw captured in video there, the monetization of the political space. Just, you get generational wealth if you are strong enough, a delegate within. You get from the House of Assembly, the State House, you get from the senators, the reps, you get from the governors, and then you wait for the presidential payout, which will be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So alarming to that space, it says we cannot go on like this. Ongoing primaries of APC, PDP, other parties are a mess. Process has failed. Ex-President Jonathan, but he, of course, permutating to reap from that space. Charles.
I think Jonathan is just rambling. There's no politician that is not, even him, I'm sure during his own election, was it not, there was a time that, is it security votes, or there was a time that they accused him of using 2 trillion or something like that on election campaign. They accused him of spending about 2 trillion on electoral campaign under the PDP when he was president.
When APC propaganda then.
Even at that, we all know we look. Let's not lie to us. Even if it was if Jonathan was an Igbo man saying it, there's no politician that their hands are clean. They say things in public, but they do the complete opposite in private.
Actually, what he was saying regarding this part was that he now said that imagine a country of about 200 million people. You are not selecting only 700 to go and choose a candidate, and maybe 1 person or 2 persons for each local government to go and represent, to go and decide for the whole general masses. That process is, at the end of the day, those candidates can easily be bought.
So why didn't he change it during his own time? He didn't see it then, Abi.
You're asking me.
He's now that he's out of office, that he's without power, that he's now advising everybody on how to govern Nigeria. But when he was there, he had the power, he had everything. He didn't do anything about it. For him, it was normal now. Leave these guys, they know that danger. He's just playing the political narrative, just trying to win
What
sympathy.
are you making of Buhari absconding from the country just 3 days from the presidential primaries? So he has gone to Equatorial Guinea for a 3-day seminar to coincide with when his party will hold primaries. The party has not screened presidential candidate, by the way, and INEC sets the deadline for June the 3rd. So what are you making then at this critical moment, Buhari going on some obscure seminar in Equatorial Guinea?
I guess he's not concerned. Either he's not concerned, or I think we are the ones that are just giving ourselves unnecessary headaches on this screening of candidates. For someone to do that at this that time, especially close to the primaries, it's more or less like his mind is already made up. They already have a candidate. Everything that does him traveling out really doesn't change anything.
That is what that suggests, isn't it? That they already have a candidate.
They already have a candidate, so he could travel. If there was really a problem, if they were really in a dilemma, I don't think he would take that risk of leaving that issue unresolved and them sabotaging his efforts behind his back, bribing this, talking to this, trying to sway minorities to one side and everything. I think they already have that consensus candidate. It's already been decided. All this is just politics, just hearsay.
All right. So fait accompli. But it might well be an INEC requirement, but we'll see how that plays out for them. But the offer to Governor Zulum of the vice presidency, is this something that you very much anticipated that he will be courted by a lot of people? Because, of course, in a place that is so mucky, he seems somewhat a cleaner sort of politician. So what are you then making of Governor Zulum telling us that everybody has been courting him to be vice president?
For which party?
APC, Governor Zulum of APC.
Well, it's possible, especially if it's open to any northern governor. Everyone has a chance. Zulum is from what state again?
Borno.
But is Borno one of those states that pulled in directing the highest number of votes?
You know, they have about 5 million in population, and the figures that Mahmoud Yakubu gave us was well in excess of 1 million. And at that time, that place was a war zone. So of course, they wrote figures.
They wrote figures. To be honest, in terms of vice president, it's open. As long as it's a northerner. I think, northerners, one of the difference between a northerner and a southerner is they are more united. You can come from Borno, you can come from Kaduna, Kano, Katsina. You represent the entire north. Unlike the south, that if you pick a Yoruba man as VP, the Igbo man will talk. The South man, if you pick a South man, the Igbo man will talk. We are very divided. So wherever the vice president slot comes from, whether from Zulum or from whoever, it will have the entire backing of the South. Of the North. I don't think if he's selected, I won't be surprised. But I know that whoever is selected would be the general representation of the North. It won't be like the South that if you pick a Yoruba, a Southerner who is from the Southwest as president, the Igbos and the South would be there'll be some form of grudges held against that. The North have no problem whoever represents them. That's what my own take on that vice presidential slot. They can be given to anyone, and they will all agree to that candidate.
All right. And to Governor Wike's opinions on why Peter Obi left the PDP, do you concur? It says, Peter leaving the party is not surprising to me. He knows that there is no way he would have won the presidential primaries. Forget about what Donyo Okukwe said about sharing money. How can someone who has gone to almost all the states telling them about how he's a trader and how he wore one shoe and does not allow people to carry his bag, leave a party 3 days to the primaries? From what I read on social media, he wants to join NMPP, but Kwakwanso wants to be president. So does he want to be vice president? This is what I am saying. In everything you do, integrity and character is very important. You can be the best economist, but you don't have character. So this is a Wike's verdict on why Peter Obi left the PDP. But do you ally somewhat with that train of thought?
I think I really don't. Obi has. I don't know if he hasn't given any reason for why he left.
Just some vague and spurious.
It could either be one or two things. They were not going to. It might be one or two things. It might be that they had already decided to give it to Wike. One. Because I don't think the VP slot, if they were going to give it to him, he would shy away from it. It would have been, because he's nowhere. It's not a political juggernaut like Tinubu and everything that can be negotiating for the presidency. He should know his place. And if they should give him the vice, he would. I'm very sure he would have gladly taken it.
He has said his reason. No, he has said his reason.
What's his reason?
He said that due to the fact of money politics, he left PDP because of money politics.
Money politics that he couldn't
Peter Obi told
bribe people to win the election, to win the primaries or what?
Peter Obi is not ready to bribe anybody. You know,
bribe to win, right?
Yes, he's not ready to bribe to win. You know, touring the country really opened his eyes. You understand? When he toured the country speaking to delegates, it was clear. It was very crystal clear to him that, look, if you don't share money, these people are not going to vote for you. That is why he left.
Did Peter Obi know that it was money politics in PDP before he decided to run for president?
Nobody can say for sure it's been money politics.
It's always been. Donyo Okupe's campaign manager told us. No, but Donyo Okupe said so. He said so. Now, do you want me to bring the clip?
Yeah, Donyo Okupe said that you need to pay $20,000.
Yeah, he said there's always been money politics in PDP.
For delegates.
Yes. So it's money politics. So are you saying Peter Obi did not know? Hold on. Stay with the question. Are you saying Peter Obi did not know it was money politics before he embarked on this journey? Because his campaign manager knew?
He was given advice by his campaign manager to pay these delegates.
Who told you that? No. That wasn't the question. That wasn't the question. Okay, address the question though. Did Peter Obi know that it was money politics in PDP before he embarked on this journey? Because if he did not know, then that's a naivety that disqualifies him. Then if he knew, then this now excuse is given is hypocrisy.
He didn't know the money involved in politics.
He didn't know that it was money politics.
Was so much on just the delegates part.
So Peter Obi did not know that they were bribing delegates before he
wait, are you trying to say that in 2019 they didn't do money politics when he contested?
Donyo told us it was 10. It was between. No, they did. Donyo Okupe told us
they didn't do money politics like that.
Do you know more than Donyo Okupe?
Atiku was the candidate in 2019. It was clear that Atiku was the candidate.
You are actually indicting.
Let me help you out.
You are indicting Obi with this your response, honestly. Please, you see, politics has always been money in Nigeria. So why
did not know he is naive, if he knew and is claiming that an excuse, is a hypocrite. So it's damned either way.
One man, this is effectively what happened.
Yes.
Peter Obi's going into the race was based off of the fact that they were going to zone the presidency to the southeast. But when that did not happen, he was not ready to spend his money he earned through his legitimate business upon these useless fellows that don't look at pedigree but money. No decent fellow would do that. Even if you watch Peter Obi when he went to the popular Fadam Baka asked him to donate ordinary 10 million or so. He refused. So if you watch Peter Obi from the past, he's not a person that bows to cheap popularity or anything like that. He doesn't give money to people. If you don't want him, he's okay. He's not going to kill himself.
No, hold on. That's all very laudable and good, but that's not really where the space is. Donyo Okupe, he told us on Arise TV that in 2019, in the 2019 electoral cycle, that they were bribing the delegates $8,000 to $10,000 each. But in this round of elections, that is going to be more because the delegates have gotten more greedy. So Donyo Okupe knew that, and he told us that he's been 40 years deep in politics. You saw the Arise interview. He told us that he's been 40 years deep in politics, and this is what has always played out. So he knows his money politics. Peter Obi was one of the arrowheads of that 2019 space. So he cannot be claiming that he's naive to it. So before he even embarked on the presidential journey, he knew through experience and through association with people within his team that it is money politics. So he cannot claim to be naive to it. So he's not naive to it. And if you are saying that he thought that they were going to zone it to the southeast, they made the decision to throw the field open about 6 weeks ago, but he still traversed the whole of the country canvassing for votes after he knew that it was an open field.
Yeah, but before that, they were still in the process. They already saying that they were going to zone it to the southeast.
When did they tell us? You know, it was Governor Tom. You know, it was the Governor Tom that led the committee. You know, it was Governor Tom.
Even Atiku himself made that comment that he's going to step aside if they zone it to the east southeast. He said it.
Right.
So you can imagine, yeah. So I know what I'm saying. So you can imagine where that information is coming from. A lot of people also said that, but at the end of the day, it was decided that it would be a free for all. So and as a man who wants to go further in the politics, he decided to campaign first, because you cannot stop your strategy because you are in the wrong party. You have to continue, you know. And then look at how it panned out. So you can't say it because he knew all along. Everybody expected and thought that.
Okay. Hold on. I can go a lot further back, but let me just go this far back because this is just what's popped up on the screen. So this is what's popped up on the screen. So I'll share this. I'll share this screen with you. This is for you because I want us just to acknowledge that. Okay, let me share this screen. Let me share the screen with you. Finally, PDP's ditches zoning throws presidential ticket open. But what I'm wanting you to look at is the date of that headline. So you can see on your screen, that's April the 6th. So that's April the 6th, a good while. But that decision was even made a lot earlier. So that's well in excess of over 6 weeks that decision to throw
PDP,
can you hold on? Just hold on 1 second. So over 6 weeks, that's when the decision had been made to throw that as presidential ticket open to all zones. Finally, PDP ditches zoning, throws presidential ticket open. So over the course of that 6 weeks, we've seen Peter Obi traverse the entirety of the country, schmoozing delegates, persuading people, making all these impassioned and grand speeches, very intelligent articulation, are tugging at their better half to say give consideration. So he's known for 6 weeks, almost 2 months, that the ticket was thrown open, and he continues to campaign. The bulk of his campaigning was done after it was made clear that everybody is in play. So he knew all that, and he also knew that it was money politics because he even participated in that space in 2019. So none of those reasons hold water. He cannot say it's because they did not zone it to the southeast. That's why he left. Because after they decided not to zone it, he campaigned 80% of his campaigning after that event. So that's not tenable, and it would be just the rank stupidity to claim that it's because of money politics, because he's been at the heart of it, knowing that it was money politics all the way through. So it's just a nonsense, the total of it.
Well, you don't have to judge like that.
Not judge on facts.
As in, what happened was that PDP during that period they were thinking of a way on how to win the general election.
Right.
So they were now looking for a candidate, looking for the viable option whereby they can win APC, not at the primary level, at the general level. So everybody now came up with their different idea. Now, Peter Obi now came up with his own idea. Because this is what he's going to do. This is the mandate he wants to set to the people. Having won the heart of the masses now, then PDP aspirants are now going a bath, giving out $10,000, $20,000 to each delegate. He now says something. If he is coming to correct something, and the process of you coming in, you came in through corruption, he says it's not going to be easy or possible for him to do that. So you cannot just.
No, hold on. Did he know that the candidates were going to bribe the delegates? He did not know.
Candidate is not in.
But hold on. No, hold on. You can't say no. Because they bribed the delegates in 2019 and he was on the vice presidential ticket. Donyo Kukwe told us that they have always bribed them. He's his campaign manager. So how can you not know that they were going to bribe delegates?
You can't conclude like that.
Hold on. One man, this is what would have happened, because you can't confuse us with this your
no, go on.
The date that you put there is 6th of April. But everything has been in play since this year, since the beginning of this year. Don't forget that the southeastern candidates, there was Anyim Pius Anyim, there was Peter Obi, there were 3 others. They all came together and said, if it is zoned to the southeast, they will form a consensus and present one. There's a reason why they did that, because there was a talk and there was a strong voice for a southeastern candidate. We were in this program, it was on this program like 3 months ago or 2.5 months ago, we were talking about the North not keeping to their promises. When I was saying that, yes, it is the time of the Southeast. What's his name? Igbo was here. Igbo said the South must have their time because the North had their time in the PDP, and it's an arrangement. Don't forget that this man, what's his name, from Sokoto, the governor of Sokoto State, was clamoring for saying, let them win the election first, then they can share the positions. But everybody was against it, saying, no, it is the time of the Southeast. So share it accordingly now. That is the argument. So if it was zoned to the Southeast, they would have been able to peg the price.
Yes,
of
but
X0,
the decision to throw the space open was made as early as the first week of April or even earlier.
Yes.
And after that, that was when Peter Obi really kicked off his campaign. Or do you want me to go through how many spaces he has traveled to since then?
I understand you, but
what I'm trying to make you realize is, and you cannot go away from it because the facts already state, he knew for 6 weeks, 7 weeks that the ticket is not being zoned to the southeast or even the south, that it's been thrown open. And after he knew, he traveled the entirety of the country campaigning. So he cannot say it's because the ticket was not zoned, because at that moment when the space was thrown open, if that was his position, that was his step out. But then he went weeks and weeks and weeks campaigning.
What you're saying is
after that he used the South, he used the PDP to campaign.
Yes,
he used the PDP to boost his popularity.
All right.
And apart from that, even, the prize money for the delegates definitely went up when it was a free-for-all, because you cannot say Atiku, you cannot put Atiku and Wike and then put Obi. The prize money for these guys
okay. So to that space then, X0, did Obi know that what is going to play out is money politics?
Yes,
it
knew. Politics, but it was going to be manageable if they were going to.
So it was too expensive for him, Abi.
It became too expensive when
it wasn't that it was money politics. Is that that his pocket is not deep enough.
There is a price you're willing to pay that you're not going to steal back.
So his pocket is not deep enough.
No. What I'm trying to tell you is that if I'm going to give maybe 2 million to people, or maybe 5 million to people, and I can afford it, and I know I don't need to steal the money back, fine. But if I'm going to spend in the excess of maybe 1 billion,
yeah,
but
82 million.
We're saying the same thing. We're saying the same thing. His pocket is not deep. His pocket is not deep enough. That's what.
No, but if he spends that 82 million, what about?
So he's not living. He's not living on a matter of principle, is he? He's living because the others are richer than him.
No, I think
is the only candidate that the APC and even the PDP campaigned against, even when he was in PDP.
Yeah.
No,
you saw all of them campaigning against him.
No, we're talking about why he left the PDP.
He did not leave
because the party was not creating a level playing field. That is why he left.
He gave that 82 million now that somebody said, and then Atiku gave 300 million.
Okay, so you have admitted, and you cannot but admit because the facts.
No, you have to understand. You
have admitted that we can knew what money politics. Huh?
Listen, this is the truth. Even if I want to get something I truly deserve, right? I am willing. There's an extent I'm willing to part with. Say, okay, hey, take this. Even if I'm not supposed to give to you on a normal basis, but I say, hey, take this. That's from my pocket, and because I'm willing to give it. But when it gets to a limit where I know that I have to recover that money and I have to recover it by stealing your funds. That is what Obi is trying to say.
Yeah, but he's not objecting to money politics, is he?
It depends on what you see it as. It depends on the eyes of the viewer. Because for me, if I know that I'm going to get the presidency, I can give away 100 million because I'm
okay. So if you are willing to do that, then already, even if you are willing to give away just 10 kobo, the moment you are willing to give money to persuade the delegates, then you are in the money politics space.
No, because you're not giving the space, the entire story. The entire story is if they zoned it to the southeast.
Yeah, but they have not zoned it. They've made the decision. So why are you going back there?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If they have zoned it,
hold on for X0. Hold on for X0. So sorry, hold on, X0. Yeah.
If they had zoned it to the southeast,
yes,
then there would have been no need to increase the money. So you say, okay, maybe
yes, but they made that decision about 2 months ago, and Peter Obi was still very much at. In fact, his popularity was really after they decided not to zone it.
Yeah, and then he had to play his politics and then look to negotiate behind the door.
Okay, so there was nothing new that has happened that has led to this decision.
There's nothing new because
there is something new that has happened. The thing that happened that is new, one man.
Isn't it? He knew
it's not
hypocrisy because he knew they would outspend him and he ran.
No, that is not the reason.
He knew they would outspend him and he ran.
He got popular. That is the reason. He got popular.
Apart from that, every politician gives money for transport. Every politician gives money for transport.
Yeah, that's bribe, isn't it?
Yes. Everybody, no, you don't call it bribe because they give money for transport.
It's bribe, isn't it? It's bribe now.
If a politician invites you to, even in journalism, they call it the brown paper, the brown
envelope.
Brown envelope. So it is done. But when the brown envelope requires me to steal to recover it, when it is too high that I have to steal, then it becomes something. It's not worth it. But if it's something for my free will, I can give it away and say I don't lose anything. Yes, okay. But when I have to try
to he made it clear that he's not going to pay anybody. He made it clear he's not going to pay anybody.
Because he said
okay. Hold that space. He made it clear that he was not going to pay
anybody.
Hold on. So let's go with what we are establishing as facts now, so that we can all agree as to why Peter Obi left the PDP. So we know that they zoned they removed zoning. They threw the ticket open as early as the 6th of April. I've showed you that. So we know that. We know that Peter Obi knows that it is money politics that is being played in the PDP and every other party. He was central to it in 2019. His campaign director, Donyo Kupe, has told the whole nation. He's even put a price tag on it. So they've always known that it's money politics. So he knew it wasn't being zoned to the southeast. He knew that it was money politics that is in play. But you've also now said that he said he wasn't willing to pay anybody a kobo. So all of these things, they were already in play for the last 2-3 months. So why has he now made that decision to leave? Because if all of these things subsist 3 months ago, he did not leave 3 months ago, he was campaigning hard. So why has nothing has changed from all of these things that are known to him and to everyone else? So why has he left now? The only thing that would suggest why he left is because he knew that he stood no chance and he cut and run.
No, let me tell you why he left. Why he left because of he found out that he had the popularity.
Right.
He had the popularity to go on his own. And he found out that if the PDP was too corrupt for him to use to climb to the presidency. Because if he climbed to the presidency using paying $20,000 to delegates, definitely he was never going to do anything good for Nigeria.
Can I interject?
$82 million. I'm seeing $82 million somewhere. Is that correct? I'm seeing $82 million.
What is $82 million? Is this are just abstract? What authority is that not some? Don't worry about that. That's just that's from Anambra, isn't it? That's Anambra.
Can I say something? You see, one fact that we'll be able to establish is that it's not that Obi was never aware that this is money politics. He's been in the political space of that country. Nobody today. He has been there, so he understands how the politics is played. Look at it this way: when they brought Obasanjo in, Obasanjo was not going to spend his money, but they still brought him there. The same thing to Umaru, Yaradua, the same thing Jonathan, the same thing Buhari. I think the permutation of Obi was that perhaps the thing will come to the southeast and they will give him the chance and he positioned himself. But on seeing the way the team was playing, when nobody was even going to give him chance, when Wike, this man that is not ready to withdraw, that is ready to do it his last day.
And they were even ganging up.
When he realized they were not going to
what's the gang up?
He's the only person that was a campaign against in the PDP. He's the only one that was campaign against in the PDP.
That means you've not been following Wike, because Wike was always insulting Atiku.
Exactly.
Wike that tried to remove Obi.
Listen to what Ola is saying.
Even before the primaries.
You see, Ete. So the Obi just gambled thinking that okay, it will come to the southeast, and if it had come to southeast, it's better position. So that when the thing now moved against him, the current moved against him, and he realized, oh, this is not going to be the way it is. He moved out. So they've been spending money in Nigerian politics, not necessarily the delegates. They spent on behalf of Jonathan. They spent on behalf of Yaradua.
Thank you.
They spent on behalf of Buhari. Are they giving Obi this thing they will have spent on his behalf?
Exactly.
And I doubt it. And I have that doubt that he will have said, please don't spend on my behalf.
Sorry, Ola, because X0 is agreeing with you somewhat.
Yes.
Do you know who is actually spending on Obasanjo, Yadua, Jonathan, etc.? There are people that believe in him. They are vested interest. It's not the party that is spending on him. These are businessmen with wealth. So Obi doesn't have that.
Wow.
Because, yes.
Wow.
Do you know why they are refusing those businessmen you're talking about? Don't want to spend on
anybody. They are not refusing.
No, do you know why they don't want to spend on Obi? Because Obi has a policy, and they know about this policy that if he enters power, it is not share as usual. It is not share
resources as usual. It's not even a doubt. You know how many
you can say the same thing. You can say the same thing about Buhari, that Buhari will not allow them to spend, but they spend to bring him in, and Buhari today cannot do anything. So
you understand what you're saying?
Let's not stand on behalf of Obi as if he never knew that it's going to be money politics. So
it's not because when one man is castigating Obi, whenever you hear
I'm not castigating him. Look at this guy. This is what Magnus was saying in the afternoon. You have to let the criticism. You have to be objective in.
Can I interject?
Yeah, let's hear from engineer. Engineer, is this castigation where we are presenting facts?
Something we need to understand here. Let's keep emotion aside, and let's just keep emotion aside, and let's just say the reality, because at the end of the day, if we decide to put emotion into things, then we will never arrive, or we will never achieve what we want from these people. The basic truth, when what's his name, Magnus was saying, and is quite a bit right. So when it comes to reality, I said this on this platform, was it 3 or 4 months ago? Anyone leaving PDP or APC, joining another party, that person should get ready, because he's going to face like a husband and wife. APC and PDP, they're like husband and wife. If you decide to leave them, those people will gang up on you and fight you. They will fight you core, and they will succeed, whether you like it or not. That is who they are. Then they will come back and continue where they stop. That's how it works in Nigeria.
But
Peter Obi is good. Don't get me wrong. He's a good guy, but the greatest mistake he made is to leave PDP. I will stand my ground. The truth of the matter is,
you guys not getting it. You guys,
the truth of if you like whatever he said, we're not getting. Keep putting emotion into things, but we're making a big mistake. That's just the truth.
I just asked a question.
You understand?
Engineer, it's not emotion. Do you know that the neutrals?
If it's not emotion, that means we are
Obi?
putting our feelings into things. Let's just face the reality. Nigeria as a whole today, if anybody wants to come out and give that good analysis or try to achieve something in that country that people will benefit, it's not going to work out, because we have the capacity of those evil people who will stay there and fight you to the core, and they'll win you. You understand? So those are the things that we should look at
You're not
and consider.
answering me about the neutrals.
Well,
Do you
get
know
the
in
neutrals.
2023, we had up to 50 million voters. In 2023, we had up to 50 million voters compared to 2019 that we had 29 million voters. Imagine
I wanted to ask
for
Engineer a
50
question.
million voters from 2003. For 50 million voters from 2003, we went down to 29, in 2019, to show you that there's a lot of people that didn't have interest. And these neutrals
And
that
brother,
we're
that's
talking
social
about,
media.
that
That's social media.
it's not social
figure.
media. There was no social
That's
media
social
in
media figure.
2003. There was
When
no
it comes
social
to
media
reality,
like that in
listen,
2003.
that's fine. But let's watch now, my brother. Let's pray that God will keep us alive. We'll see things and we'll still be in this platform. I will sort it out. You understand? We shouldn't
But
be.
you guys are deceiving yourself.
So hold on, Charles. Take a question from X0 engineer. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to ask a question because I'm not speaking with emotions. I'm speaking with, I think me and Ola are saying the same thing, so you can understand that I'm not speaking with emotions. I want to ask, do you really think that if Obi remains in PDP, he would win the ticket, the presidential ticket?
100%. 100%.
When delegates are collecting money from Wike, who has money, and Atiku, how is he going to get the delegates?
My brother, you see, when it comes to politics, Atiku is man of the people. We all know. Atiku can go every corner in Nigeria. People loves him. It's down to Atiku now to raise Peter Obi to say, "Come with me, let's go and do it."
So
and if you decide to say,
be a vice.
and if you decide to say, "Peter Obi, come and be my vice," 100% he will.
He's talking about the presidential primary.
Even one man that's been criticizing the Southeast for always being vice. Ask him now. That's what
See, I said this in the afternoon. You understand, my brother? When it comes to reality, right? You see, I'll repeat it again. Anytime the Igbos and the Yorubas, they come together and they become one, that's when that country will be good. You understand? But if they stay playing cat and rat, my brother, forget it. Fulani knows how to manipulate the two tribes. They know how to put confusion in between them. Everything is there for us to see. Anytime the Igbos, the Yorubas, they come together, I'm telling you, and behave as one, Nigeria will be good.
But
Engineer,
you're not answering the question. I was asking if Obi can win the presidential ticket in PDP, and you said yes. And I asked you, how is he going to win it where there is Atiku?
No, I don't think he said yes to that question. I think he said yes to Atiku winning and taking Peter Obi along.
Yeah, but that is exactly what we don't want. I thought you don't want that to a woman. Isn't that what we're
No. I see that. I think that's the bar for Peter Obi. and that is even overreaching himself, because he's not really a political heavyweight. So
in other words, he made the right
right
choice, leaving so he can be a presidential
Okay,
candidate.
all the best, all the best.
Yes. What
All
he
the
did
best.
was to become a president, not to become a vice. That's why he left.
All the best. But something you need to realize, right? Something you need to realize. I said
If
this
he's
again
not an
and I repeat.
heavyweight, why is everybody shaking? Everybody's shaking.
Who's shaking?
Everybody is shaking right now.
Is
Wike
mocking
has been mocking everybody. Wike will mock his mother if his mother wants to become a president. So why not?
My brothers, let's just be realistic here. You understand? I said this, and I'll say something for us to understand. If Peter Obi decide to go to another party, all the best. Nobody is against him. Nobody will say, oh, he's a bad person. Like I always said, in Nigeria today, how many people that go and get their degree, they study what they study, they got a job through that? It's impossible. It's hard. We all know. You understand? You get your degree, you see that you end up doing another different thing in life. That's how it works. In Nigeria today, what you merit is not what you get. And remember, we still have godfatherism. A lot of people, they empower based on who they know. It's not what they merit. And this is what is killing the country. So let's look at it from Peter Obi. The guy is very, very good. But how can he achieve it? I said this again. PDP, APC, they will fight him to the core. Those people, they don't care.
I think it's finished anyways. So this is his final flush. And over the next even 2 days, we forget that Peter Obi was even
It's not finished, one man. You are going to see it. You are still going to talk about Peter Obi till election day. You are going to see.
Okay. Here comes feelings and emotion again, isn't it?
No, it's a real marvel, you know. Since I started doing this as live streaming, I've come to, you know, I've had to rethink the way I think, you know.
If we keep that feelings and emotion aside, honestly, things will work well. Things will work. Obi is a good guy. I keep saying it. He's a very, very good guy. He can analyze everything that will fix that country, but will they give him chance to do it? No.
That's what they're asking you since now. You've not answered. He just answered it now.
No, he's always said that. Everybody believes that if Peter Obi becomes the president, he will make a decent job of it.
He will make a decent job, but they will never give him that chance.
Nobody believes that he will ever be president.
And you were saying he would have left.
Of course. He should have stayed here so he can build his career. And if God
Peter Obi has been planning to leave since 2 weeks ago. Since not be today, Peter Obi plan leave. He has been planning to leave.
Is that what he said to you? He told you in that phone call, Abi? That phone call. Look at this guy.
I told
it's
you
like
that
he knows more. He knows what we don't know.
Is that Mickey Mouse?
No, you know, they said he went to England, innit? So maybe they link up together and he passed that message to him.
Are you putting? Are you reading something into that engineer? Because it wasn't even days after he came back from London that he decided to.
One man,
did he get instructions from Boris Johnson?
These are the things that people don't understand. You understand? I think that video that I sent to you some time ago, you played regarding Nigerian is the third largest country producing oil in the world. That video can tell you everything that was going on. Him coming to England, Britain to meet with the Prime Minister, it's like kind of, we're gonna give you that warning. You're a good guy, but don't tamper with what we are gaining from that country. Otherwise, you will go down. Those are the kind of language they will play to him.
In my opinion,
the person is just making such statements.
That what?
That they want Peter Obi, they should not tamper with the oil we are.
No, maybe not warning, but they will just tell him, look, you are not going to get it. So just make a dignified exit, just to keep. They say we'll keep you for later. We'll use you later.
Know,
but we're
all
not
the
using
international
you
community, they are not even happy with the situation of Nigeria. How the people are suffering in the country.
Who told you that?
Who told you? Come on,
Look
man.
at this guy. Look at this guy. They are not happy with the situation of Nigeria.
But
who told me?
Yes.
Yes.
Amnesty International, Abi. Amnesty International. Look at this guy.
You guys are forgetting one. You guys
brother, if you know politics, you won't be talking like this, huh?
It's okay.
Engineer woman, you got to forget one. You got to forget a fact. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say the head to. You want PDP left because PDP never want to vote a Igbo man. That's a fact. So
They don't. They never wanted to vote an Igbo man.
That's why engineer woman don't understand you. Think. You gotta understand. Here's the truth. The reason why PDP don't vote the Igbo man, that's a fact. I'm sorry to say this. The Yorubas and the North gang up in
the Yorubas are not in PDP. What's this your fixation with the Yorubas? The Yorubas are not in PDP now. Name one Yoruba man in PDP. Name one Yoruba man in PDP. The only Yoruba man in PDP is Peter Obi's campaign director.
You guys gang down to the Igbo, that's a fact. You guys don't get it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but the Yorubas are
but they shared the votes in Yoruba land last time.
Who?
I think we shared the vote in Yoruba land last time.
Yes.
So how do you say Yorubas are not in PDP?
Yeah.
No. The Yorubas are not in PDP's politics. There's no Yoruba player in the PDP. Is there? There's no Yoruba candidate. Is there?
For the presidency or for the governorships or different
for the governorship, of course, the Yorubas will be in play for their states. But in the presidential race in the PDP, there's no Yoruba play there.
I think
because they know it's not their turn now. How does Yoruba?
But Charles is telling us that the Yorubas are the ones that schemed Peter Obi out of.
In my opinion, I don't know, man. No Igbo for greediness.
It's Wike that schemed Obi out to go and quarrel Wike, not Yorubas.
No. He has a huge. He has issues with Yoruba people.
So, Charles, I keep telling you this. I keep telling you, the Fulanis know how to manipulate those two people, those two tribes. Come on, Charles, you're well educated. You should know this by now. In Nigeria, we have Yorubas and we have the Igbos. They are the most qualified, educated people so far in that country. But what is happening with Fulani man controlling those two people, those two regions, is something that it's a wake-up call. It's what we call wake-up call. Those are the things that we need to figure it out. You understand?
You're stylishly supporting
the answer to that. Somebody said it on this platform that anytime they zone anything, whether presidential to the north, whether it's from the northwest, northeast, or wherever, they say it as their own. But here now, it's not the turn of Yoruba to even contest for presidency. No, I
thought we already addressed that.
Yoruba now. I mentioned Yoruba now, then you want to attack me.
No, what do you mean that? Don't keep saying that. Engineer just told you to leave the emotions out. And
I'm not an Igbo man. I'm from South, please.
Well, what's the difference?
Even he's speaking it.
What's the difference? See? Yeah. He said something how we going to fix this matter. You understand? An average Yoruba man want to support his own. An average Igbo person want to support their own. If they can come together, pick up a candidate. Now, let's assume, not just assume, it's the turn of the Southeast. Why can't the Yorubas come together and support those people? Whether the Fulani you're even talking about will have a say in this election.
It's just the most bizarre. That's just the most bizarre thing.
So that you see, you question yourself.
You've not heard that Obasanjo is not Yoruba. His father is Igbo. You've not heard.
Is that new information? Is that new information? Is this because they are now coming up with some funky facts? When did Obasanjo stop being a Yoruba man?
That's Obasanjo Chukudi.
Obasanjo Chukudi. You know, and the last time I heard that it was Emeka.
Not be like Obasanjo is an Igbo man. Yeah.
Wow, that's good then. At least it's
so then it's the Yoruba's turn. Then if Obasanjo is an Igbo man,
that is why.
Woman knows that. Woman don't admit it. I know you could admit it. Don't worry.
This country, Joe.
know he bites you, man, but you know that's the truth.
One man.
Yeah.
Please, I'd like to ask a question, a pertinent question.
Go on.
Because based off of the fact that we all have been arguing about presidency and what part of the country the president comes from, we know what Obi can do. But among the other candidates, how do we stand to benefit? If, for instance,
we'll probably benefit better from Osibanjo than Obi, because Osibanjo is of equal, if not superior, intellect, and Osibanjo he has experience in governance at the highest level, which Obi does not. So Obi is just theorizing. Obi is an academic exercise. Is what he's engaged in.
But has Osibanjo invested people's money and gotten profit out of it before?
Where did they do that? Why you keep laboring? These are just made up stuff.
No. You are not
just Mickey Mouse.
Osibanjo, for all I know, the only thing I remember him for is anytime there's election, he comes out with trader money.
30,000.
Don't worry about that. It's a senior lawyer, a law professor, an intellectual of global capacity, a proven man.
Trader money, market money.
When they governed the country for a few months, the economy bounced, the country recalibrated.
Can I say, okay, let's assume now. Let's assume Yoruba and Igbo, they speak one language. Do you think Fulani will have a space to win election in that country?
They will still do.
I don't think so.
They will.
Just to be clear, Osibanjo is a superior mind. Osibanjo is a superior mind to Wike, to Obio. Let's just be clear.
Okay, Osibanjo. Wait, one man. Let me answer you. Osibanjo is a superior mind to Wike, like you said, but he met the Nigerian currency and economy in 21%, and they are leaving it at 3%. 3%.
Who's they? Are you talking about President Osibanjo?
Buhari not Osibanjo, not the same person.
Buhari and Osibanjo.
How can they be the same person? Is this cloning?
When you were saying we should vote for him in 2015, didn't you say Osibanjo economy or Obasanjo security? Is that not what you said?
Please, engineer.
How are we sure that Peter Obi will not even sell the country to China?
He is not going to sell the country to China. He's going to solve the problem of the country.
Well, you see what I was telling you now, Isiro. Yeah, you see what I'm telling you.
Yes.
Feelings and emotion that one will come through one man. One man will speak on his own part as well.
I'm happy you said what you said now. You have just shown me you are a dispassionate person. One man is talking about Osibanjo from an emotional point of view.
From a factual point of view, he has superior credentials.
I just have respect for this engineer now. My respect for you just
who has the better academic credentials?
We are talking about managing the nation. Nation is going down. Talking about academic credentials. I understand.
What did he do with his professorship as vice? What did he do with his professorship as vice?
Osibanjo was the loudest when it comes to a meal a day for those students, those pupils in school. He was the loudest. He spoke about it, and what happened?
Yes, are they not still doing the school feeding program?
People cannot even feed once a day.
They are still doing the school feeding program.
They're not feeding anybody.
They are.
One man, they're not feeding anybody.
They are.
Zero, you don't know one man. One man will play.
Look at it this way. Look at it this way. APC manifesto, the like of this professor that owns Lagos Business School, used to do the Patito gang. What's his name again? You see, Patomi. Yeah. Himself and some other guys, they put the manifesto together. APC presented the manifesto the right way. Look, if you had put Obi as the vice president, what is happening now will still happen in Nigeria. So there is a difference between when your principal gives you a chance to perform and when your principal says no, I have another agenda.
Why not resign?
Atiku has debunked that. Atiku did not follow his principal.
Why
He
not
had
resign?
debunked that.
For how many days?
That is why Atiku
Wait. You say someone debunked that.
Not be met resign. So resign.
Wait now. Obasanjo gave Atiku power. Obasanjo gave Atiku enough space to rule. But when it was 2003, he wanted to run against his principal, and it became a serious problem. From that movement to 2007, Obasanjo was at home, put his own special assistants, systematically sidelined Atiku. He was running his thing. So this thing we are talking about sometimes is very easier said than done.
But was it not on record that Atiku challenged Obasanjo? Was it not on record?
Atiku challenged Obasanjo based on what?
See, you cannot exonerate Osibanjo from the failure.
Wait, no.
It is
Atiku challenged Obasanjo. Yeah, you just made a point. Atiku challenged Obasanjo based on what?
Because he wanted to go for third term. He stopped it.
Wait, okay. Between 2005 and 2007, they went on some kind of constitutional reform, and they were proposing that they were going to include a clause to limit the term of the president, whether to be one term or whatever. They were trying to do that. Now the situation at this night is that some people now all of a sudden were suspicious that if we now implement this law, Obasanjo may now say, let me start it first of all, right? Atiku now led his gang. They now threw the water and the baby away. So who was Atiku fighting for? Was Atiku fighting for Nigerians or for himself? This guy has been contesting elections since 1993. And this guy is not ready to leave. And it's because of this Atiku now that Obi is leaving the same PDP. So if you are using Atiku,
I'm not saying whether Atiku is fighting for himself or not, but he challenged his principle. Now you all of a sudden, Osibanjo wants to fight for Nigeria.
The question is this:
all of a sudden, Osibanjo wants to fight for Nigeria.
He challenged his principle based on what? Did he succeed in challenging him? That's the question.
No, it doesn't matter. Even if
it is on record. It is on record. Osibanjo never had any disagreement.
Wait now,
even when he was trying to remove as the economic.
You guys, are you aware of Koja? Are you aware of Koja? Are you aware of the level of indictment on the article for Koja? On those privatization, are you aware of the level of indictment? So when we are saying this thing that is challenge, is it now? Obasanjo said someone said Atiku was the first person in history to be throwing money to the Senate for them to perform their duty. Did you know how many Senate presidents that were removed? Why did they remove all those Senate presidents? Is that the kind of challenge you are talking about? So see, when you want to give credit, let us research the type of credit you want to give very well.
What credit does Osibanjo has?
Wait now, and
it's a coffee boy. It's a coffee boy.
Now we know how much he tried to bribe delegate. Did you know how much Atiku was giving to delegate before the federal government and counter and double up? So these are the kind of challenges we are talking about. We are praising Atiku for. Please, you see, we can say some things. Maybe if you use another example.
So what are you praising Osibanjo for? Folding his arms and watch us die.
He's a coffee boy. He's a coffee boy.
Was not challenging his boss for bad
boy. He's a T-boy.
He was not challenging his boss for policy. He was not challenging him because he was going to block his ambitions. And this guy and Obasanjo does case and simple as ABC. So don't use the article.
We are talking about somebody that challenged his principle, and I gave you one example.
Based on what?
And you just destroyed the example personality. But you
challenge his principle based on poverty allegation.
You failed to destroy your Osibanjo personality because you're Yoruba.
That's not even what we are saying.
He's a T-boy.
See, everybody learned from the downfall of Osibanjo because Osibanjo was the person that made everybody now understand its limitation in the type of kangaroo arrangement we have in Nigeria.
Ola.
You understand? So Atiku
all of a sudden now is kangaroo. Is kangaroo the same? But when you were putting Buhari there, it was not kangaroo.
Ola,
I have a question for you.
Say someone that fell into the pit, you understand? You see, people will learn what transpired before he fell into that pit. I'm not saying
Ola, I have a question for you. Simple as that.
See, wait, Ola, are you defending the same man? Are you defending the same man that said that he's not going to change the status quo? The same man
that is the question I have for Ola.
His master is the best. The same man that said he wants to continue for when Buhari stopped. The same man that said he wants to continue for when Buhari stopped. Ola,
Atiku you are using as an example. Why did he resign when Obasanjo?
Meaning they're in the same category now. They're in the same category. To
talk against Obasanjo to show that you can talk against your leader. I'm talking about somebody that showed that you can talk against your leader. Atiku did it. Did he die? Did he rot in jail? So what are you not defending Osibanjo for? What is the excuse? See, Ola, what is Osibanjo's excuse for being silent? That is the bottom line. What is the excuse?
I don't know his excuse, and I'm not saying that's the best.
The duty of Osibanjo is to go and always visit the family.
All right, let's hear from engineer. Let's hear from engineer.
Sorry, Ete and my brother Zero.
Or Teo Bara.
Teo
Bala. Yeah.
Something you need to silence Ola here now. Let's say, with all the calamity, atrocity happening in Nigeria, if Osinbajo know he's a true leader, he should have resigned.
Thank you. You will live long.
He should have resigned.
You have to put things in perspective. So when you are saying resignation, you understand, in Nigeria.
And remember, he called himself a pastor.
Let me tell you something. People wanted Madam Ngozi to resign. What did they do to that man? You understand? To that woman, they kidnapped her parents. What were they trying to? Did she resign? See, if you set the precedent of every little thing and you resign, it is very easy for any of these political rogues to just rogue you up, just for you not just for you to be distracted and just be angry and just leave the position. You see what they did to Dr. Dora Akunyili. You understand? Till her death, that woman.
All those people has nothing to do with why Osibanjo has no integrity. All those people has nothing to do why Osibanjo has no integrity.
Allow him to talk. Let me throw one for him again.
I know this thing is easier for. Like I said, I'm not saying Osibanjo is the best. That's not even what we want to say. But it is easier for us to say, go and resign, go and resign. We have those people that we perceive are the bad people in power. Even the little people, the fewer people that maybe we think they can even offer something. Anytime they get into power, you just need to just do something to incite them for them to resign. Everybody start resigning for this. So now you can have a situation, for example, when they were frustrating this guy, Goodluck Jonathan, for example, they did resign, but it got to a stage that the fate will make him become the president of the country. Even though he didn't perform to our expectation, but you can never in life compare to what Buhari is doing now, for example. So sometimes it's not every time that every little thing you resign. There's some kind of frustration that even now occur to us personally at the places of our work. Are we going to say, okay, the next solution, the best solution for us is to resign? It doesn't work that way. It is easy.
Can I ask you, Ola? Can I go on?
Go on, please.
As Osinbajo, as he is a pastor, let's keep his pastorship aside, right? Do you know the people that died in this country from his tenure up to date? Do you know he's among the people that will be responsible for the death of people in that country?
Well, there's what they call collective responsibility, right? When you are in government, I won't argue that, right? And don't forget the person you are dealing with too is a lawyer, can defend himself. But what I'm saying is this: it is easier for us to throw some kind of suggestion. Now, when we say Osinbajo should resign, for example, To what purpose? What are we going to achieve? Assuming he resigns today. To what
But
purpose?
do you know he's also a disgrace to Yoruba people?
No. That's not the question. Leave emotion out of it, engineer.
Why is that? Why is that?
I love this guy. I love engineer very much. You are a wonderful guy.
Look at that.
Because I don't know how Oshiba is a disgrace to me. I don't know.
So
I don't know what you're talking about.
My brother, if that guy is a genuine human being with all the things happening in Nigeria, let's be realistic, and he called himself a pastor or a professor, that guy should have stepped down long time ago.
Emotional blackmail.
I owe you one bottle of wine, man.
Those are emotional blackmail.
There's no emotional blackmail there.
My brother.
I asked a question.
The Fulani had the offensive on Yoruba land. It took somebody like IGBO to come up to defend the Yoruba people. What did Josiba just say? Nothing. He didn't even say this thing, please, and let us be in peace. He didn't say anything. They were killing Yorubas. Did he say anything?
Ete, can you please answer my own question? At least I've answered yours and that of engineer.
You never answered my question.
Resigned. To what purpose? What exactly is he going to achieve? I need a response to that. Resign.
Okay, now.
To what purpose?
Let me answer you. He's going to achieve, and he's going to send a clear message that this administration is a failure, and he has nothing to do with the failure. Simple as ABC.
My friend. So when you now show it that this administration is a clear message, how does that move the country forward?
At least it's in record.
He's in record, and he moved the country forward. He moved the country forward in the sense that any candidate that is coming in next.
Ola, you live in Canada.
It's unbelievable.
Ola, you live in Canada. You should know better.
Wait now. When
you should know better.
Wait now. When Wale Soyinka resigned from FRSA just to protest because he did something illegal, so that he wanted to put something right. What happened after that? When Taisho Lahani resigned from People's Bank, please, what happened going forward? I can give you the list.
So
of
when
Peter
Obi left PDP,
when Batunaji resigned just because he said there will be conflict of interest if he happened to stay there, because he was the best power minister we had in that country. Batunaji is on record.
So now you should believe that when Peter Obi left PDP, he's the best thing.
When that guy resigned just because of conflict of interest, what do we have today? So see,
there is God, though. There is
God,
though.
Sometimes when we throw this thing around, sometimes we tend to just ignore reality and say as if those people we are talking of are living outside the normal society called Nigeria.
So they are living outside, though. You're not aware that these people are living outside the normal reality? Are you not aware?
It depends on how you define reality. See, let me tell you something, my brother. Even in an organization, there is a level you get to where the politics there will be so tight that even if you're a pastor, if you're a priest, if you're a man, whatever, there's some kind of politics that they play there that you will be looking at yourself, say, hey, as a pastor, what will I do? You have two options. It's either you quit. Wait now. It's either you quit or you keep quiet and just look and wait for the time you can actually impart.
That means you're not a genuine pastor.
Ola, are you acting as a pastor and an individual? Because if you're acting as a pastor, what he needs to do is very clear, like totally clear. If you're acting as a pastor, I have a question for Ola.
Okay. Sorry. Ask that question. X0, and then how to seek to start to round up from there. Okay. I have something to do early, so I have to make it just an earlier session. So I have to, I have something to do very early. So
Ola, the question is this: do you know that when a man loses money, he lost nothing? When a man loses his health, he lost something. But when a man loses his integrity, he has lost everything. You know that?
X0. Those are just philosophy that has nothing to do. There's no correlation between that your philosophy and what is happening in our real environment. We
Wait
now.
Yeah, but Allah is right now. Everybody can theorize with abstract philosophy.
So
but Osibanjo did not rise to the
wait now.
occasion.
Wait. If we
Even
keep
if
complaining that
Osibanjo
Nigeria
carry
is going down,
AK-47
wait
and
now.
start shooting people in
If
Abuja,
we keep
Allah will
complaining that,
defend
okay,
him.
for example, all of us want Obi in that society, right? Is Peter Obi a devil? No, it's not a devil. At least it's a guy that has a track record of behaving very well. I want Soludo in that community.
Better than Osibanjo.
I want Soludo. Wait now, I'm coming now. I want Soludo in that community. I want Ngozi within that community. Did you know how many times they try to rubbish Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala as a super minister under Jonathan? Did the woman flinch? Today, post Jonathan, you can see that she is exonerated, but it was tarnished to the level you could tarnish anyone at that particular point in time. It was under her that Desiani was stealing everything like the rats they put inside the cocoa farm. It was stealing everything, and yet it was supposed to be part of what Okonjo-Iweala should supervise, right?
No,
but today.
No.
Wait, are you telling me you don't know?
Minister of Petroleum.
He was the coordinating minister now for the economy. So petroleum, all those things.
Ola, very wrong, please.
Everybody is bad apart from Yoruba.
How can he was the coordinating minister for the economy, and what do you plan economy based on? Is what is coming from petroleum not part of the resources? What are you talking about? Let's leave sentiment. Let's leave sentiment apart. Let's leave sentiment.
You are the one adding sentiment into this thing now.
I'm not adding sentiment. Go and look at Okonjo-Iweala portfolio now.
Where are you adding sentiment? Telling me
Google is your friend.
Anti-style. Osibanjo is this, Osibanjo is that. He's a pastor, he could not say anything.
Google is your friend. What is Okonjo-Iweala was the coordinating minister for the economy under Jonathan. And when you look at that portfolio, whatever input coming from
that was not our department. That was not our department. You can't look for a way to rope her into that mess. Stop spreading falsehood. You can't look for a way to rope her into that mess. Same way you can't rope.
Your interpretation, you assume that when I say it was the coordinating minister, so you assume that I said Okonjo-Iweala was this boss, right? Is that your assumption? I said it was the coordinating minister. Did I tell you that Okonjo-Iweala was this boss?
It's not a mess.
You are just getting this thing wrong.
It's not a mess. It's not a mess.
Exactly.
What is Osibanjo mess? Nigeria right now is Osibanjo mess and Buhari mess. It's two of them.
As the minister in charge of the
Ola is an economist. Ola knows how to play the game and he knows how to
No. This let's not use sentiment.
All right.
I see. Look at this. You are the finance minister. You are in charge of the fiscal policy of that country. What are you going to use for your fiscal policy? You won't know your revenue, right? You won't know where your revenue is coming from. So are you telling me that Okonjo-Iweala will not know that the Desani was stealing money? Okonjo-Iweala was so analytical. It was Jonathan that appointed them
to stop another minister from stealing money.
You don't understand what I'm saying.
Is she
EFCC?
Did you understand? Sorry. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. I don't think if we stay here till the election day, I don't think anybody will yield position on that. It will just be.
One man, you know the truth. Why don't you say something?
I know.
You're supposed to answer for this young.
I somewhat tuned out because when you guys were going at it, I was just making nice with the engineer and we were just doing our own private.
It's because Ola is sharing one man thoughts.
What is one man thought? I'm not sharing one man thought. I'm sharing my own thoughts.
One man thought is that a Yoruba man can never do anything wrong. And it's their time to rule. Is that not your thought?
That's not what I'm saying.
You have been hold on, Ola. You have been unfair to me somewhat, you know. Because even my champion, my favorite candidate, my favorite candidate had, or anybody that's been on this platform, my favorite candidate, just as you pick the president, had always been Kingsley Moghalu. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
And yes, and the person that I realistically think should rule Nigeria is somebody like Atiku, because I like his politics, and I like the fact that even though it's a Fulani man, it's the most Nigerian of all of the candidates that is in play. He's more Nigerian than all of them, you know, and he has a sharp brain, you know, so it's not essentially Yoruba, but if a Yoruba man gets it, for reasons that I know that Yorubas, they tend to deliver, as we saw with Obasanjo, that would not be a bad thing. If a Southeasterner gets it, if Soludo was in play, he would have been the best candidate for Nigeria. If Madam Ngozi was in play, I would buy a ticket to go and vote. So it's individuals, not
so you not buy a ticket for Peter Obi?
No, Peter Obi is a T-boy. Peter Obi is a T-boy. Don't worry about Peter Obi now. He's a T-boy, you know. So don't worry.
No problem. When he changes Nigeria, you will come back home.
When he changes Nigeria, you know that this window now is Peter Obi's final hurrah. So within the next 24 hours, Peter Obi is off the landscape, and then we are talking about real people. Peter Obi is a busted flush now. It's the drop the dead.
It's not it just conclude like that.
Thank you for coming. Are we not doing what we are doing now is thank you for coming to Peter Obi. Thank you for coming.
It will shock you. It will shock you when Peter Obi gets 15 million plus votes.
This is Odabo. You know what Odabo is now?
I can assure you that Peter Obi is going to get up to 50 million votes.
This is Peter Obi's final hurrah. You know? And somewhat, yes, I'm disappointed somewhat that he left. It's just a damn squid. You know, he huffed and puffed, but he could not blow the house down.
He cannot win
huffed and puffed, but he could not blow the house down. Yeah, Solomon Grundy, you know.
Well, you want him to be the second fiddle, like you always suggested.
No, that is his natural port. You know, that is his natural port. He was never going to be president. I don't think anybody of any real thinking had any
almost
real
24 hours. Peter Obi is still the talk of the town. It's almost 24 hours.
One man, do you remember this?
He's still the talk of the town, and he will still be the talk of the town in 1 month's time.
That town will be about Kaliki now. Nowhere else.
You remember this song? He didn't
watch the 1 million man match. He didn't watch the 1 million man match.
Well, I watched it. I watched it, but I only saw 5 people.
You said the other day that you were impressed.
Yeah, well, one man, something we need to understand here. My another thing that I'm a bit worried about on Peter Obi, like I said, APC and PDP, they will do anything to fight him, and my little worries now is I hope he didn't tamper with any Nigerian currency. If not, within the 24 hours or 48 hours, EFCC may come after him. That's just one of the things again that
they will soon open his file.
The Pandora papers.
The Rocha strategy. They will come
through the roof. So those are the things that I'm a little bit worried for that.
When it comes to money, Peter Obi's hands are clean.
Do you think he's going to run after the election? Do you think he's going to run after the election?
Peter Obi,
yes,
that has a house in Onitsha. Run to where now? Where's he running to? He's going back home. If he loses, he's going back home.
When he came to London, you don't know that he came to arrange an asylum.
He didn't arrange any asylum. He didn't arrange any asylum. See, if Peter Obi had any doubt per se when it comes to EFCC, I'm 100% sure since they would have come after him. Since they would have come after Peter Obi.
Today you are not allowed your job here is more difficult than Mohammed. You cannot defend these guys. That's what you have seen today.
Defend who?
Osibanjo.
No, I don't care about Osibanjo. I think he's a punk.
Oh, you said he's the most finest guy now.
No, I said he's superior to Obi, but he's still a punk.
About somebody who can... Oh my God!
It's not superior to Obi in any way. In any way. Maybe he might be superior in Obi. Maybe he might be superior to Obi in stealing and lying.
In stealing, yes.
But not in equity and fairness. Not.
Is richer, is smarter, is better educated. He has progressed more in politics.
He's not richer than
better.
Okay, fine. Better educated. Can I ask you one question?
Obi is very well.
One man, can I ask you one question?
Yes, we know now from Pandora.
Did he attend Harvard?
Did he attend Harvard?
Who attended Harvard? Did Obi attend Harvard?
Yes, Obi has been to Harvard.
Did he attend
7-day seminar.
Is
it Dino Melaye? Dino Melaye sort of Harvard. Dino Melaye Harvard.
One man, let me tell them something. What was so special? What was so special about Harvard? I did CS50 from Harvard. What about that? From Harvard Extension. What
you said you did what?
You see, if you do CS,
I did CS50.
If you do CS50 for Harvard,
it's programming now. It's computer programming. You see now. Everybody.
You know that roundabout. You know that roundabout in Enugu. Hold on. Do you know that roundabout in Enugu that has a big Shell petrol station next to it? Do you know it? You know there's a restaurant next to that Shell petrol station called Harvard. You know there's a restaurant next to that petrol called Harvard. What are you talking about?
One man who asked me questions that when I did see. I did CS50. If you are familiar with CS50, you will know the fact I'm talking about. I did CS50 from Harvard. I did artificial intelligence from a Columbia University. So what's so special about Harvard and all these Ivy League we are talking about?
No, but you know, is it the restaurant Shell or something?
I did. You can use CS50 for Harvard Extension. What are you talking about? I did artificial intelligence. So
okay, can I ask you one question? You did artificial intelligence in Harvard, Abi?
So I did artificial intelligence from a Columbia University.
Okay, did you obtain any degree in Nigeria?
I obtained a degree in Nigeria, of course, yes.
BS or master's?
Why do you want to know?
Zero, take it easy.
The highest I got to in Nigeria is
do you remember when
only 1 month education in the US, like the school you mentioned, will give you more enlightenment than the one you will even get in Nigeria.
That's a lie, you.
That's a lie.
I'm coming.
Do you know that? Hold on. Do you know that most of the hold on? Can you hold on? Engineer.
Let me put my point now.
No, hold on. Which nationality is your medical doctor, engineer?
Oh, you've deviated.
I'm not a medical doctor.
No, your doctor, your GP. Which nationality is he?
My GP is British.
Okay, my GP is a Nigerian. And in all of the spaces that I've lived in this country, my GP has always been a Nigerian, not by choice, because your GP is just the nearest practice to you. Yeah. And they all went to school in Nigeria. So what are you talking about that?
Okay, fine. Let me the question. He said he took artificial intelligence course in Harvard or at Harvard, I don't know. But
Columbia.
I did.
Okay, Columbia.
Hold on. Let him just make the point. I want to round off. Yeah.
In Nigeria, in most course, if in artificial intelligence courses here in the US, is mainly a statistical method. Now, in Nigeria, if they want to teach artificial intelligence in most schools, they will just, I don't think they even teach such course at all. They will even give you one material read and all that. Here in the US, they have every methodology they apply, which I'm an AI major.
Diabala, hold on there.
I'm coming now.
Wait, hold on there. I will tell you what you don't know. My undergraduate was in electrical and electronics engineering, right? And I did a lot of programming. And my best programming is doing embedded programming. You understand? I understand C programming to the core.
Yeah.
They want C and C++ that people write.
C++.
I understand Java to the core and Python. So When you talk that they don't teach in Nigeria, I don't know. It depends on the school.
I don't say they don't teach in Nigeria.
Wait, hold it there. Don't degrade school in Nigeria because I
never said they don't teach in Nigeria.
Wait now.
You said 1 month in America is better than anybody's degree in Nigeria.
No, not better than anybody's degree.
I find it difficult. I find it difficult to stay on NOPA in Nigeria, but I go to the US school you are talking about. I made the decision. What are you talking about? Nigeria gave me the basis.
Look how it goes.
See, when you want to exaggerate, wait, Obdiobala. I did my MBA in
it's not about your MBA. It's about
all right, thank you. When we get to boasting about credentials,
all
right, thank you. When it comes to when we get to boasting about credentials, that tells us it's time to start to round off. When I say thank you, I mean that includes you. So I want to round off is what I'm saying. So not to try and overrun me. So I want to say to start to round off, to land on engineer, and Babati rejoins us, but only to rejoin us as we're about to depart. We'll start off with Tony, who I suspect we may have lost already. So Tony, are you still there?
Tony, what?
Yeah. Tony, cannot. So Tony, I think has left us. So let's go on to Theo Bala. So Theo, it's just a really short window because I have to get up early for an important meeting. So if you can just help me and condense everything in just a short summary. So final word, Theo Bala.
Okay, in a short summary, Nigeria education is okay, but the one offered in the US and the UK and other places, sometimes they're more advanced in some areas, especially in engineering field and computer science. Having said that, in the area of political points, Peter Obi have done well in moving out of PDP, and he stands a very good chance if he continues to pursue his own ambition of becoming Nigeria president. And we should all rally down to support him. It's part of us.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you, Theo. So good to have you. So Theo, now a regular voice that we're starting to get to know more. So thank you, Theo. So from Theo, let's go to X0. X0 to you.
Thank you, everyone here today. It has been a while.
Was it jollof rice you were eating again?
Yeah, I was enjoying my rice and stew and some egg when you guys just made me come online, you know. And I really, Ola, forgive my laughing, you know. If you truly went to Harvard, I congratulate you. I want us to give Peter Obi a chance because that might be our saving grace. We are in the diaspora and we know what good governance can do. Even if the guy jumped from one party to the other, please just forget it. Just vote for this guy so that he can take us at least out of the doldrum. We are already in the doldrum. We are already in darkness. The way I see the APC, they are not going to be able to hold it together. But if this man succeeds in galvanizing the fringe votes, making the cold call and making everybody come, maybe we should just fall in line and help him, you know, get this country back to where it's supposed to be. Please. That's my take.
All right, thank you, X0. So thank you, X0. X0 now joining us regularly as well. So, and we all delight in that. So of equal delight, let's go to Ola. So Ola, final word.
Okay, I beg. May I quickly correct what X0 said? See, on that Harvard you talk about where I mention it because people mention Peter Obi. The type of Harvard we they talk, no be the type of Harvard Ngozi went to. So because tomorrow now, no go to say I be undergraduate from Harvard or this. I say I did course from Harvard. It's so two different things. So if you want to see my certificate of the courses I took from Harvard, maybe all those one your courses I took from Harvard too. I won't call it yell, but not major, like when you are talking of this thing. So anybody here can just go to Harvard Extension or pick up their courses online. That's the type of course I did. So I was just saying that don't use that thing to measure when you are now trying to measure the intelligence of an average person in Nigeria. So you went to Harvard to pick a course, and so what? Does that make you better than someone that graduated from Unilag or Obafemi University? So your intelligence is your intelligence if you can have education to enhance it. So that's it. But like after saying that, I just want to thank the audience because it has been a great pleasure, and I think we've learned one thing or the other. And one thing about us that I discovered this evening too is that we are so emotional when the thing has some kind of attachment to our ethnicity. So we tend to lose the veracity of the exact thing that is happening within that society. And for us to move forward, we need to actually deal away with sentiment and look deeply into something that is substantial, something that can help us. So don't let us say because this one is from my tribe, even if it's not qualified, and we all say, oh, this must be the person. So to me, like Peter Obi, yeah, good luck. At least if there's anything I admire about him, even though he miscalculated, but I admire the fact that he's not trying to spend his penny. That is how God those Awolowo and God used to do in the 90s, between 1979 and up to 1983. So until this janjaweed we have since 1999, that they now introduce money politics. So if we have people like Obi and they keep coming, it's good for us. And if person like Obi gets into power tomorrow and because people are misbehaving and people are saying he's going to resign, no, I'm going to be one of those people. Stay there until we multiply the likes of him in power. But for good people that will not be able to trace stealing to any little thing, oh, because the government is not good, resign. So when you resign now fire show you want me to take replace them. I mean, you want me to carry this year and the like of this year into floor power. No. We cannot be resigning. If you know you have not stolen anything, stay there. In the future, we are going to know whether you've done the right thing or not. So other than that, I just want to thank everyone. Please let us thumb up and appreciate the effort. Like I said, you guys, you are all contributing to the development of that country. If you don't argue this way, we won't know our differences. So it is good that we are. So the more you thumb up, the more the algorithm will project the good message we are trying to preach here. And personally, I don't know of others. I'm proud of everyone because this is what I see as nation building. Even though you may underrate your effort, personally, I don't underrate it. And that is why I can do anything to promote this platform. Thank you, everyone. Hope to see you later.
Thank you, Allah. Now the DSS again. So, engineer, you should have hidden your face, so now the DSS know what you look like. So from Allah, we go on to Babati. Babati, you came in laterly, but of course, the audience always wants to hear from you.
All right. Good evening, everybody. How are you guys doing? Yeah, I had to attend to something real quick. But I you know what? I've never been as excited to be talking about Nigerian politics. This weekend, I am really looking forward to it. I am really. I was even, I wish one man, if he has time during the weekend, if we can do a wall-to-wall coverage of the primaries. I don't know what time zone that would fit in, but if there's a way we can actually do a wall-to-wall coverage of the primaries, where we can stream it on his channel and we can comment on it, as the event unfolds, that would be an amazing, because I think we should we should get ready for some shockers. It will be fun to respond or react to that live, as it unfolds. So I am really looking forward to this weekend. And I think we will have a more robust discussion about Nigerian politics next week, because we will have a lot to talk about post-election analysis and more. So I'm really looking forward to the post-primaries reactions and viewpoints. I think we will have a lot to say. But thank everybody for coming up. I'm going to have time I'm going to take a little moment to go back and just rewatch when it comes up. Maybe not the whole thing, but just beat and pieces and look at it. But I am really looking forward to this weekend, and hopefully next week we can come together and just talk about the primaries. And
make sure you cook yam, man.
Yam. No, I'm doing a low carb diet right now, so just sweet potatoes for now.
Okay, potatoes. Okay.
Low carb diet for now. Just keep my carb low.
The belly refuses to shift, Abby.
No. Just low carbs for now. Yeah, but I'm telling you guys, this weekend, one man, I don't know if you have time, but if you can do like a live streaming of the primaries, I'm actually focused on the APC one. If you have time, if we can do like a live reaction to it, and that would be really wonderful. And that's what I'm really looking forward to. And hopefully we can have more to say next week. Okay. Thank you guys. God bless you. See you next time.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Babasi. That's certainly an excellent idea. I'll certainly try and accommodate as much of that space as we can, because of course we've been building up to it for so long. So, Ete, good to have you. So back in Disneyland, let's hear what Mickey Mouse is up to. Ete of Africa, to you.
Today was a good session. We go not too long. It's good. A lot of contribution coming from different people. I saw somebody asking if this is really my face. Yes, this is my face. So this is my cartoon face. I used the picture of mine to do my cartoon self. And I also had another person asking me if Peter Obi loses. If Peter Obi loses, that's fine. But I know I voted my conscience. I know I can stab my chest anywhere and say that my candidate did this or did that. And if Peter Obi wins the election and he messes up, I'll be the first person to criticize him and say that he messes up. He messed up. So that is the kind of regard I hold somebody like Peter Obi. And speaking about Saturday, it's going to be very interesting. We're going to know if there's going to be a third or fourth choice on Saturday, because in the APC, we know it's not very too clear with the way they are going, which is going towards consensus, because they've not done their screening, they've not done anything, but yet they want to do primaries, which is so funny. And for PDP right now, it's Atiku that's getting it. Peter Obi is out of the picture. That is the only candidate that could rival him in PDP and is gone. So Peter Obi has Atiku has gotten it in PDP. So the interesting one right now is the APC, because we all know if Tinubu doesn't get it, he's going to come out to form a third choice or a fourth choice. So the election is getting interesting. And I want people to realize one thing: this election is not going to be as normal, because now we have electronic dispenser of results. That is, results will be sent real time, so you can know if your word was rigged or not. So it will be very hard for the incumbent, even anybody, to rig any election right now. At least that's one of the good things we can say Buhari did, because passing that electoral bill actually showed that this election that is going to happen in 2023 will be a lot more credible than the previous elections we had in Nigeria. So that proves that we have a chance to vote in any candidate we want. That is, any candidates that will change the situation we have in Nigeria now. And if you are not canvassing for Peter Obi, I'm sorry, there's something wrong with you, because he's the only one right now that can put Nigeria, at least salvage Nigeria from where Buhari and his partner Sibanjo has put it. So that is it for me today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ete. So that's Ete saying that that's a cartoon version of his image. So I too will go and dig up my photos from when I was 20 and young and thrusting and pretend like I still look like that. So that's Ete trying to double dodge the people around here. But the mighty one, of course, Engineer, the mighty one, Engineer, who comes as Jedi today. So to Obi-Wan Kenobi, Engineer.
Yeah, thank you, one man. God bless you, and you're doing well. I just want to use the opportunity to still say thank you for making this platform. One is not the platform is welcoming everybody, and it's a platform that is not discriminating. It's a platform that you can come and say whatever you want to say and get away with it for free. well, you're doing well to accommodate things like that. Something we need to realize here, and about 10-15 minutes ago, all of us, we can see a little bit kind of everyone trying to support their own, and those are the things that is affecting us individuals. And when it comes to reality, let's just do our best to see that Nigeria, they finally got a president that will make things happen, a president that will ease things in terms of security and other stuff. Because if we end up all the time, oh, he's a Yoruba man, he did this, he did that, oh, he's better than Igbo, oh, he's a Igbo man, oh, he's better than Yoruba, or accusing Yoruba, you're not supporting us, Igbo, this time around, or Igbo saying Yoruba, they're not supporting. Come on, it's something we need to sit down and educate ourselves. We all love Nigeria. Nigeria is where our grassroots is from. So we have to do our best to make sure that that country is fixed. Whether it's Igbo or Hausa or Yoruba or any other tribe in that country, we just need someone that will come to that country and fix things and make things good. So let's just keep feelings, keep emotion aside, and things will go well. I must be honest, but if we keep bringing religion, culture, all these things, it's not going to help us anywhere. We're not going anywhere. We're not going to achieve it. So let's just keep positivity and let's hope that things will go well. I don't care where the president is coming from, but I must be honest, let's just do our best, educate people, because in this platform, a lot of people are looking there. They have hope, they have belief, they have that kind of trustee in this platform. So we shouldn't jeopardize this platform by accusing ourselves, oh, because I'm not Yoruba, or I'm not Igbo, or I'm not Hausa, or I'm not any other tribe. So please, let's just educate people. People believe in this platform and they have that positivity in us. So we shouldn't let that go. And one man, I will keep telling you, you're doing well, and thank you very much. Guys, we shouldn't forget, please, and please, most especially we that comes on air, online, let's endeavor to be buying coffee. You understand? Because that coffee will help a lot, will take us a long way in terms of anybody who is in need in future. The buying coffee will definitely generate something that we all will going to benefit it. And for our candidate in Nigeria, if it is APC, all the best. If it is PDP, all the best. If it is Peter Obi, all the best. And we believe that when Peter Obi win, and I must be honest to you, one man would definitely be his PA. I can see that coming. And also we will find Ajale Koko and Co. Those people are just wonderful for Peter Obi. We see if we have that kind of set, one man as PA and Ajale Koko as secretary, and if we have Alex in America, things will work well, and you will see that Nigeria will be back to shape. So God bless us, and let's endeavor to subscribe and keep coming. And one man, I will still say it again, God bless you and have a good night.
All right, thank you, engineer. So that's engineer. So engineer rounds it off in manner equal to the mighty Ajane Koko himself. So thank you, engineer. And that has been the session, a shortish sort of session. We usually go on and on, but there's plenty enough time to go on and on. As you know, I'm almost dreading the next few days, because the next few days, you guys will never let me come off the thing, because you say, yeah, but what about they cheated him? Did I not tell you? Did you see that coming? What will he do next? He's going to move. So all of that to come. So plenty conversations still to be had. But to be part of you've seen how the conversations go. It takes an organic life of its own. So it's essentially, I just present the talking point and then invite opinion. You express yourself unfettered. So long as you don't use foul language, you can say, the one thing that I just don't tolerate is foul language. So long as that's removed, then you speak as you will. You saw how Ete was speaking. just somewhat from, I don't know, that la la land stuff, but then that is what he thinks. So, and people will say that, people will tell me that I'm the one talking nonsense, but that is how I feel. So all opinions are welcome, so long as you articulate, you can present intelligently, and you really truly believe what you're saying. Because people can tell if you're making it up, and if you're making it up, then I might just step you down quickly, or if you're embellishing and laboring it, I might step you down quickly. But really, I try not to enforce too many rules, because I feel that the space is essentially full of grown-up adults who should be able to self-moderate. So I try not to overly moderate unless it's spiraling out of control. So it's in the lap of the gods how it goes, and it usually goes fairly decently well. If you're new to the space, then it's good to have you. We do this every single day. So really, this is your daily diet. You should schedule it as part of your daily diet. So it's 9:35 UK time. That is when we do it. And as I look at my hand, it looks a bit grim. So it's 9:35 UK time. You can set it by your clock. So make that part of your daily diet. So you don't necessarily have to sit in front of a screen. It can be the backdrop to your activity. You listen in the car. A lot of people listen in their cars. You can listen as you're doing your cooking or tidying up or even studying or whatever it is you're doing. It can be the backdrop to your day. And you can gorge on it. All the videos are there. You can even be the backdrop. It can be your sleep time listening, so that you switch it on and you drift asleep to it, and you just play the whole realm of all the videos so plenty of ways to engage, but the one way that you should engage is to always click on the like button, because we say this a lot and we're seeing the results. So we appreciate the clicks, but make that part of the routine as well. As soon as you come on board, just click on that like button, and that is all contracts fulfilled. That's all righteousness fulfilled. So click on the like button, of course. Click on the subscribe if you have not done that already. Haven't done all that, then make sure you set your clock to 9:35 UK time, whatever that is in your time zone, and prepare yourself. Fasten your seatbelt for what usually is a wild ride. So the wild ride continues tomorrow, but I'll leave it here. Carry conversation within the comment section, but here I say peace.